Welcome to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Semifinals in Berlin, Germany for the Europe Semifinals, presented by GOWOD. We're in Max Schmeling Hall, named for the world-famous boxer, and that is apropos because we are in for a fight on moving day. 10 teams, 11 men and 11 women are heading from this semifinal to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games, and we will find out which teams are going to the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Mads, today it is going to be a dogfight for those final 10 spots.
It is. There is still a lot of work to be done, and there are still a lot of teams that are in contention to get one of those tickets, and they're going to have to go out there and fight for it.
Let's take a look first at the individual standings, though, and this is after 2 tests, the first day of competition. Emma Toll did not compete at semifinals last year because of an illness, and Mads, she was absolutely impressive on day 1.
She was amazing. It wasn't just the way that she went out there and did it. It was the plan that she had. She stuck with the plan. It was good, clean reps, and also the interview afterwards. She's not one of these super outspoken athletes, but she was very adamant that she had a fire.
You saw Madeline Persson in a qualifying spot as well, came in as the 127th ranked woman worldwide. That would be a huge rookie qualification. On the men's side, Björgman Karl Gudmundsson is trying to make what would be his 10th consecutive appearance. He was in a qualifying spot after 2 tests. Lazar Jukic, no surprise, the 5th ranked man in the world, is in first.
Well, Lazar is doing a really, really good job. I mean, we were expecting to see that of him. I'm impressed with Henrik Haapalainen in second. Henrik has been kind of on the bubble for a while, and he's doing a great job.
Saw Lazar Jukic, you see Luka Vunjak just clinging on to that final qualifying spot. We'll put those 2 things together and talk about Luka Jukic now, down with Lauren Smith.
Cheers, guys. As we come into day 2 of the individual competition, well, there have been a number of withdrawals based on medical grounds. Alex Pinsolet and Matt Siebes, but perhaps the highest profile is Luka Jukic. He announced on Instagram last night that he's battling with flu all week, and whilst his head and his heart is there out on the floor, his body is just not. So he is taking a step back, and we wish him all the best. You might wonder what this means for Lazar Jukic, his brother, who currently tops the overall standings. Well, they're not staying together, and I did see him in warm-up earlier, and he's looking really healthy and looking to keep going in competition today.
Lauren, thank you. Some would say there are no shortcuts to the CrossFit Games, and Andre Houdet's rookie team right now has that 6-point lead over CrossFit Prestanda, and then there's Oslo Navy Blue building back up after that event test 1, 12th place finish.
They did come back really, really, really strong. We saw them come back in test number 2 after test number 1, and they've just continued to deliver really well.
Butcher's Lab Krieger on that cut line, they're in the mix, and then look at all those Oslo teams as well. Butcher's Lab and Oslo dominating the field.
Well, they sure are. I mean, we were joking about it. I wonder how many teams they're going to get to send to the games. Now, it's a reality we have to wrap our head around.
Right now we have 2 Oslo teams in qualifying spots. Butcher's Lab Krieger wins test 4. Because of that, they put themselves in contention. We could see 2 Butcher's Lab teams.
We very well could. If they go out and deliver the same way they did yesterday, today, they are going to punch a ticket.
Again, in 11th place after the baseball slide for a test 4 victory. 10 teams heading to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Shop now. Our coverage here on Moving Day for the individuals, final day for the teams. It all kicks off at 11:45 with Team Test 5 presented by GOWOD, and then our coverage continues through the afternoon until Team Test 6, and we crown those 10 tickets at 5:20 p.m. Central European Summer Time.
The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games European Semifinal is brought to you by NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Strivey, elevate your remote coaching to the next level. GOWOD, the mobility app designed for athletes. And Food Spring, the brand for healthy, functional fitness food with great taste.
I just think that's such a cool shining light to see people that have navigated their life and still chosen to prioritize health and fitness in a way that isn't just something that's a passing interest when you're young. I think that's super powerful. I think it's really, really, really cool. And it's really important that people can look to that and say, hey, you know what, that could be me.
The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test. I use this analogy all the time. You have a 100-meter dash. It's super compelling and super exciting, but nobody's concerned about the athletes making the distance. The challenge of the test on its face is not what makes it interesting. It is the intensity and the effort and the application that the athletes bring to it that makes it compelling. And I think that should be true for most of the events at the Games.
You gotta move fast and you gotta lift heavy if you want to get yourself into contention for that podium position.
And it's absolutely necessary at some times to put out a test that's a little bit beyond where the current field is and have them reach for that. But it shouldn't be all the time. The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test.
The CrossFit Games are the answer to who is the fittest person on earth. And that applies to both the men, the women, age group divisions, teenagers, teams, adaptive athletes. But for any person, the CrossFit Games are the place you find out how fit you are.
The CrossFit Games are the greatest, biggest stage of fitness where we find the best, most well-rounded athletes on the planet.
The cool thing about the CrossFit Games is that you never know exactly what the test is going to be. So we literally test things from long to short to medium, from heavy to light, to no weight, to odd object, to traditional objects, to things you may have prepared for or things you may not have prepared for. And that's literally what it is. It's a test of all of your years worth of work.
I think it exposes a lot of people, and the fittest are prepared for every element they're exposed to. And the Games test that.
It's also a festival. It's also a great time to come and see other people engaging in a lifestyle that is supporting, embracing challenge.
It's a showcase for what CrossFit does. 15 years ago, you had people that were strong or people that were fast or people that could swim. You had people that were good at the things they did, O courses, whatever they were good at. And they showed up in the environment and you could very quickly see like, oh yeah, that's what that person's good at, but they can't do all this other stuff. And so then the world for 15 years has been doing CrossFit. It's constantly very functional. It's executed at high intensity. This thing that's just so amazing and so beautiful, but also so simple.
Everybody in the room is interested in everybody else getting better. Everybody in the room is interested in, hey, it's challenging, but that's a good thing. And that's the philosophy that the community embraces. Hey, challenge is worth pursuing. Hey, it's gonna make you better. Hey, I don't know if I can do it, but it's worth giving it a shot. And that's the CrossFit Games.
1 minute.
In lane 2, C23 CrossFit Training North. In lane 3, CrossFit 77 feet. In 4, CrossFit Torre d'Embara. In lane 5, CrossFit Oslo Pink Panthers. In lane 6, Crooked Lake CrossFit.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Welcome back to our teams here. This is day 3 for the teams in this European semi-finals. And here they go with test number 5. First up, the men, 1 minute maximum cleans.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, they're coming out for test number 5. Our teams on this competition floor with less than 30 seconds to go. They've got 20 seconds to get max reps. Going for max effort, 15 seconds. 10 seconds. Go! It is the ladies' turn. All right, Stella, what you seeing?
Yeah, these ladies coming out, some of these girls pushing really hard. The first weight on the bar for our women, 88.5 kilograms. So here we go, switching between the first and second athlete.
Athletes, you have 30 seconds.
Couple of these women choosing to power clean this first barbell at 88.5.
Exactly, they're going for as many reps as possible at 195 right here. 15 seconds to go. 10 seconds. All right, 1 minute rest here for our teams. They will quickly reset.
Women coming in at that second weight of 97.5, 134 kilograms on the men's bar for weight number 2.
AKA 295 pounds for my American friends. We got you covered. Stella and I got you covered. 30 seconds. Another round of a good time here with team test number 5. 1 minute of max reps cleans. Bumping up that barbell to 295 pounds.
2 athletes out here sharing the work on that second barbell. 134 kg for our male athletes on this second barbell.
So once that first athlete gets to a point, 30 seconds, where they can't lift that barbell anymore, they can run forward and send it to their teammate who can have a crack at it. These athletes with 20 seconds. All right, final seconds, athletes.
come the women on to the second barbell, 97.5 kilos. And here we go, CrossFit Vondel Gym, power cleaning, that 97.5 down to lane 8.
Nicely done, hitting 215 pounds right here in this middle round.
So these athletes choosing to switch out, taking a switch out down there in lane 4.
30 seconds.
Same athlete out of Vondel Gym working through this bar. Final few reps for these women on this second barbell.
3, 2, 1, rest.
All right, Stella, our team's resetting. We're adding some weights. 315 pounds for the guys, 235 pounds for the ladies. Give me that conversion.
Yes, so for the Europeans, 106.5 kilos on the women's bar, with 143 kg for our men on this third bar.
And this is their final set. Each of these pairings will have 30 seconds. We'll have an opportunity, 1 minute apiece, and then that'll wrap it up for heat number 1, test 5. It is back on the job for the fellas here with our teams. CrossFit Kane coming in hot, getting their first rep. CrossFit Vondel Gym fighting for it. They're good. CrossFit Bladen working on a rep. I see some no reps being given out as they try to get this weight up 315 pounds. Athletes, you have 30 seconds. With 20 seconds to go, CrossFit Kane sends it to their second partner, 15 seconds. CrossFit Khan gets another rep. Vondel Gym fighting for it.
So here come the women, 106.5 kilograms on this final barbell. Aiming to go in, and there we go, Crooked Lake CrossFit going for a switch of athletes down there in lane number 6. You can see 36 is your current leader out of lane 3 down there.
30 seconds.
Well, this is a big bar. These ladies need your support. Make some noise. "15 seconds.
There we go, the final seconds happening.
She's gonna go again.
A big round of applause for our teams of Heat 1.
38 reps scored for that first heat winning team there. 4 heats for test number 5 for our teams.
10 seconds. Stand by. All right, ladies and gentlemen, heat number 2 is underway. They've got a minute here with this first weight. They are kicking it off with 275 pounds. Berlin is cheering them on. Our House CrossFit Commanders sending in their second athlete. Same story for Yellow Belly CrossFit. Wesley's CrossFit Shire Fit still going strong. Athletes, you have 30 seconds remaining in this first minute. They're looking to kick things off and get as many reps as possible at this lower weight. 20 seconds to go. With 15 seconds remaining. 10 seconds. 10.
And welcome to the floor, the women for their first barbell, 88.5 kilograms. We've got Yellow Belly CrossFit out here doing a nice squat cleans. Switching in for Bad Beast CrossFit in lane 6. Wesley Shire Fit, Georgia Radley on the barbell out here in lane number 8.
30 seconds.
Couple of these women power cleaning this first barbell.
All right, all right, all right. They've got their first round in. They've got just under a minute to rest and recover up before we begin. Round number 2. For the ladies, it's going to be 215 pounds. For the fellas, it'll be 295 pounds. Talk to me in kilos, Stella.
So in kilos, 97.5 for the women and 134 for the men. We can see center of the floor, CrossFit Bad Beast, lane 6, 23 reps.
30 seconds. So like Stella said, that rep count right now at 23. I see some others that are pretty close as well. There it is, that coveted beef, and they are coming in hot, looking hungry for some weights right now. Some of these guys still rocking the power clean back here. Others have dropped to the full squat as they send it back to their partner for Wesley's CrossFit Shire Fit. CrossFit Oslo Vamos with their first athlete still at that barbell. 30 seconds. With less than 30 seconds to go, you can see some of these athletes passing it to their partner. They have 20 seconds. The final seconds for this middle round, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back to the women, 97.5 kilos. Oh, and there's good reps happening here on the floor, lane 10. CrossFit Oslo Vamos moving that barbell.
Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, as long as they have liftoff with the bar, in those final moments, they can continue to lift all the way through.
Georgia Radley on the bar for Wesley Shire Fit, moving that second barbell.
Less than 30 seconds.
Yellow Belly CrossFit also moving that barbell.
That is round number 2.
Georgia Radley getting that rep up on that final second there.
Nice job. Like I was saying earlier, as long as that barbell has lift off the ground, by the time that buzzer hits, they can complete the lift as long as they have lift off before the buzzer. So it's beating that buzzer over there. Stella, how are we looking on scores?
Lane 7, the Yellow Belly CrossFit sitting at 37 repetitions. Your current leaders out of lane 7.
Less than 30 seconds. Final round coming up. This is their last crack. We're going to 315 pounds. Here we go, the final minute. However, that barbell, there has been some weight added to it. All the guys are dropping low, getting under that weight and bringing it up. 45 seconds. Come on, Berlin, let's cheer them on. 30 seconds. Our house CrossFit commander stepping up to the barbell. He gets another rep with 20 seconds to go. With just a few seconds remaining, these teams going for their last and final reps.
So it's all down to the women now to take the win for this second heat of teams. Yellow Belly CrossFit, your current leaders, straight into that 106.5 barbell. And another rep for Yellow Belly CrossFit out of lane 7. Georgia Radley getting a rep there for West Leeds Shire Fit.
30 seconds.
So these ladies into that final 30-second window. Georgia Radley on the bar.
20 seconds.
Yellow Belly CrossFit making it up for another rep. These girls can lift as long as that barbell is off the ground. Yellow Belly CrossFit!
Nice job. It looks like they got 44 reps. Nice job. Heat 2, that's a wrap.
Perfect. 44 reps.
10 teams are punching their tickets to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games today. 2 tests remain. This is test 5 of the competition. It's heat 3. Lauren Smith is our reporter down on the floor alongside Mads Jacobson. My name is Joel Godet. Live in Berlin, Germany for the Europe Semifinal. And no shortcuts, CrossFit. Andre Houdet's bunch, a rookie team, has themselves a 6-point lead. Yeah, a rookie team, not necessarily made up of rookie athletes with that cushion over CrossFit Prestanda. Butcher's Lab Krieger and Oslo Nice are the 2 teams that are most immediately knocking at the door of that top 10. Top 10, of course, earning those tickets to the games. All right, Mads, we've got some heavy weightlifting.
What we do, we've got 1 minute max rep cleans, 195 for the ladies, 275 for the men. Then there's a 1 minute or 2 minute rest. We move up to 1 minute max rep cleans again, 215, now 220 or 295 for the men. 2 minute rest before they move on to the 235 and 315.
Recipe for success brought to us by RP. And Mads, you say put the strong person at the front of the line.
Well, it's up for grabs, but put the strong first person out there, get a bunch of reps, as many as possible, so that they get a bit more rest before you let the weaker athletes. We've seen a lot of teams go the straight opposite, so I could be wrong. Then build an early lead. Need to get out there and on the lighter weights, get as many reps as you possibly can.
CrossFit Oslo has 6 teams in the field. You can see Oslo Rebels and Oslo Nice competing in this heat. Of course, Butcher's Lab with 4 teams. They have 2 teams in the field, and that includes Butcher's Lab Krieger here in this heat. They had a big win in test number 4. It puts them in position to sneak in.
I know they're weathering that ticket. You know, this is the last chance they're going to get. So yeah.
And we are underway here for this first minute of lifting. For the men, this starts out at 275 pounds.
I mean, we're already seeing some of these guys. I mean, they're just touching going it, which is great. But we're also seeing guys in previous heats who were not entertained by the opening weight here.
A lot of touch and go to start. Now athletes starting to slow down, and at about the 20-second mark is where we get our first switch. You are not allowed to switch back, so lift until you can no longer lift, and then allow your teammate to come in and do some work.
Exactly, and I mean that's what I meant by have your strong athletes go out there first and do as much as they possibly can. They get a bit more rest, and then just hope for the best after that.
Casper Dugard here for Butcher's Lab Krieger. Thomas Stroyer lifting first. Now the bar just has to be moving before the clock expires. That rep clearly counts, and now the ladies are released for their 1 minute of lifting. This bar is 195. Mads, where do these lifts rank in terms of what you would expect in terms of max ability?
Well, I think they're up there. I think it's probably 80% of 85% of most of these people's max. That being said, they usually squat clean the heaviest weight, so I'm not sure how that would rank now, but I'd say 85% of their capacity is what they're using right now.
The Mayan lifting with 20 seconds left. Kendra Pennings is the second athlete to go, so she has 10 seconds to play with. There's no one coming in behind her.
I like what she's doing, addressing the bar. As soon as it stops bouncing on the floor, get after it again.
And we hit the time for the first unit. The leader through that first round is Butcher's Lab Bjorn Farr. Designed for athletes trusted by the best, start today your GoWOD mobility journey with a 14-day free trial. Take your mobility to that next level with GoWOD's personalized program. Again, a 14-day free trial from GoWOD. So the number to beat coming into this was 44 by Yellow Belly CrossFit in the last heat. In that first round alone, 24 is now that number to beat, established by Bjorn Farr.
This is the boys from Nijmegen right here getting ready. 10 more seconds before they get unleashed. There's the female contingency of that team.
Now, again, we told you a 2-minute rest. There's obviously only 1 minute in between the rounds, but that's because you are resting for the minute that your teammates are lifting. So
correct.
The 2-minute rest applies to you individually as opposed to your team. Mads, this barbell is now 295 pounds, and the reps are all even, right? You don't get more points for lifting the heavier bar more. You want to rack up some reps underneath you here early as you go.
Exactly, which is why I said get the strongest athlete out there and try to build that lead as fast as you possibly can, because as it gets heavier and as you get more fatigued and stressed, this is going to be harder. It's going to be a lot harder to get those points.
Nijmegen on the left, Bjornfar on the right. These are your two leaders at the moment. Bjornfar
Nice
just eclipsing 30 reps.
That's a nice lift by Bjornfar right there. Just solid catch and then driving back up again. And he's addressing that bar pretty fast. Sutton Bjornfar.
And the ladies off and running.
Yep, and he's going to get that lift as well, as you just said. All it has to do is leave the ground.
And we saw that become a factor in the last heat. Keelan Coleman for Yellow Belly waited until there was 1 second left, and the crowd was on its feet as she finished off that 44th rep for her team.
I think I was pretty spot on with the 85%, because the fatigue from the first set is starting to play a factor now. We're not getting the barbell quite as high. They're going to have to. It looks like a lot of athletes are squat cleaning it or power cleaning it and landing pretty wide. So left side of your screen is Nijmegen. Right side of your screen is Team Bjornfar.
Kendra Pennings is the second lifter, so she's got to take a break now and rest, take another shot at this with 8 more seconds. These lifts will count if you can stand them up, and Pennings does.
Nice.
Guys, you were speaking about Krieger earlier. I spoke with Phil Bisgard, who's their coach. He's not just their coach, he's also the coach of Fleek, and those two teams sit either side of the cut line with 16 points separating them. They all train together, they're really good mates, but now Games tickets are at stake. And he did say that of the remaining tests, this lifting one's going to suit Krieger better.
Lauren, thank you. Butcher's Lab, of course, one of the more storied, if not the most storied, European CrossFit affiliates. 4 times has been to the Games. Here's that last lift for Nijmegen.
Oh, that's such a fight, getting her elbows in front of that bar and then standing it up. I love that. She's got to be happy that she nailed it.
Final round. This bar is 315 pounds, and we are pretty much looking at squat cleans across the board.
Well, except for Bjornfar. Bjornfar just power cleaned it, but let's look at Nijmegen here. It's a bit of a split clean, which is interesting. Not a lot of people use that anymore, but pretty sure Mr. Everett's going to be happy when he sees it. He was the first one to use it. There you go.
A little bit in some of the earlier heats.
I like that technique. Call me old-fashioned, and I am old and stuff, but that is brilliant.
Why does it make it easier? Why does it help you out?
It just helps you pull underneath the bar so much easier than if you have to squat clean or power clean. You see people that land pretty wide on their power cleans, they could do the split clean instead. It does take a little bit more timing, which makes it a little difficult if you haven't spent a bunch of time.
This is Merlin Pietersma. Gonna try to get under this bar with 2 seconds, stand it up at 315, yes. That rep will count.
There you go.
And they are your new event leader. That was rep number 46. 44 was the number to beat as the ladies go to work for another 50 seconds.
And this is interesting. Bjornfar, we still haven't seen him address the bar.
Step up here for Nijmegen. And that bar is just a little bit too heavy. So Milu Jaspers will give way to Kendra Pennings. A move here in lane 6 for Oslo Nice. It's on the right side of your screen. There was a miss for Pennings on the left.
And what the boys back there are experiencing right now is the same thing we are. It's easy when you're looking from a bar, from above.
Games veterans on the right. And that bar is just a little bit too heavy.
Nijmegen, we're trying to do the same thing again, lift with 1 second left.
I tell you what, though, Nice feels really good about that. Ragnar Silman, Marion Johnson capped out at 45 reps for that crew. That'll put them firmly in second place as we go into the fourth and final heat.
But CrossFit Nijmegen did do an amazing job. I loved how they were attacking the bar all the way. And here we have a little bit of a look at the technique that you don't get to see too much of the split clean, which is great. Catching it high, fast out, fast elbows. And here you have that last lift right on the buzzer, stands it up. I was pretty happy with it as well, and I think you should be. Amazing job.
Gonna be 46, 45, 44 right now. The top 3 spots as we head into our fourth and final heat of Team Test 5. Final heat of the penultimate test for the teams here at the Europe Semifinal in Max Schmeling Hall, Berlin, Germany, as we send 10 teams to the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Mads Jacobson, Lauren Smith, my name is Joel Godet. Glad to have you along with us here. These are the 10 teams that have the top 10 spots right now. You've got to protect it.
Well, they sure do, and I mean, no shortcuts. CrossFit have been doing everything right. We know that Andre Hood is a great lifter. Let's see what the rest of the team looks like.
It is all about lifting, Matt. These barbells start heavy and they get heavier.
Well, is a 1 minute max rep cleans, 195 for the ladies, 275 for the men, 2 minute rest. We'll get back to how that plays out in a second. Then it's on to the 1 minute max rep cleans at 215 and 295 for the men. Rest again before the last minute of 235 for the ladies and 315 for the men.
All right, how do you do it?
Well, I would like to see the strong athlete go first and get as many reps as possible before you allow the less comfortable athlete out there, so that you get more rest on the stronger athlete and build an early lead. Make sure you get out there and get a bunch of points up because as the weights get heavier, that's when you start failing.
And every rep is worth the same, so rack up those reps when the barbell is at its lightest.
Yes.
Oslo Blackout, Oslo Navy Blue, 2 teams in the top 10 from the affiliate that sent 6 to this semifinal. Let's go down to Lauren Smith.
Cheers, Joel. And Mads, you've just mentioned him, but I had a great chat with Andre Houdet in the warm-up area earlier. He was like stretching with his strategy book by his side. He's such a detailed athlete. And he said, though, despite all of that, this one he's going to do by feel. He's going to let his individual members decide when they want to pick the bar up and when they're going to move on, and ideally around 30 seconds per athlete. Let's see how it plays out.
Lauren, thank you. Andre Houdet having a strategy book is no surprise. Butcher's Lab Fleck has a little strategy in mind as well. They are sitting on the cut line. They are the last team in with 2 tests to go.
It looked pretty focused, though. I mean, they know what they're going to have to go out here and do. They know exactly what everybody else has done, so it's all about execution from here on out.
As we've talked about, they are a games team, performing in Madison last year under the flag of CrossFit 2150. Underway for the first minute of lifting. This barbell is 275 pounds. Mads, you said in the earlier heats, about 80, 85% probably of the max for a lot of these athletes?
I would expect so, yes. On the left side of your screen, you're looking right now at No Shortcuts CrossFit. He has not let the bar go yet. And as I say that, he lets the bar go, and I jinxed it a little bit. But look at that. It's a high power clean, and he's getting a truckload of reps on the board.
It's Julian Kromoshvitz, who now evacuates and opens up the door for Andre Houdet. And he is smoking these power cleans in that black top, black bottoms on the left side of your screen.
Wow. I mean, this is it's not often I'm lost for words, but Andre Houdet and what he's doing right now is impressive.
Houdet was 27th at the games last year as an individual. He said, listen, I'm not in this to finish 27th.
I don't think he's going to have to if he keeps on going the way he does right now.
He put this team together to crush the competition. They are your leaders. Ladies lifting for the first time.
Well, this is where it gets interesting. So the female side of the house still really, really strong. But I know in this field we have other athletes who are very, very, very strong. We've got Mia Hesketh, blue t-shirt, black pants in the left side, on the left side of your screen. Very comfortable with the barbell. I'd say probably the most comfortable with the barbell at that point. And she's cycling through them fast. She's handing over to Antonia right now, middle of your screen. And Antonia, she's great with the barbell as well. You can see she's catching it high, getting a great hip extension. So let's see if she can hold on to it, though.
Wale began the day in 6th place, plenty clear of a qualifying spot.
I need to stop jinxing athletes.
She's got 8 seconds left.
And she got that.
How about 28 reps for Hesketh? Falt Koloniski and
This
crew.
is insane.
Maximize your CrossFit performance with GOWOD's tailor-made mobility program. Try it now with a 14-day free trial today. The men started out, though, really setting the tone for no shortcuts. Andre Houdet with all the confidence in the world.
Well, he did really, really well. I mean, no shortcuts came out. The male athletes just crushed it. But after that, it was all walleye.
Oh, my. These placards have to be either wrong or no shortcuts just walked all over the gym like that, because their placard says 44 reps.
That has got to be wrong. That cannot be right.
I mean, they're in a lane next to Oslo Navy Blue with 32, and the number to beat was 46 for the whole of the whole test. Okay, they fixed it.
They're starting to fix it now. Go. Okay. No, he's not at 55. Okay.
Yeah, you know,
well,
we'll get back to that.
We'll get back to that in a second. Just so strong. Look at that.
This is Julian Kromoshvitz. He has been to the CrossFit Games on a team before. One of the big reasons that Andre Houdet recruited him.
Does Andre know that they put more weight on the bar?
Somebody put some weight on the bar. 295. Second and third place on the right side of your screen, CrossFit Wale and CrossFit Porti. 5 seconds left. And then the ladies for round 2.
Oh, nice here by Sam Stewart. Catching that one, just going touch and go on the last one.
Both those reps count. 1 more minute to work for the ladies here at 2:15.
And Mia Hesketh here in the middle of your screen out there doing a great job. And here's the female side of the house of no shortcuts.
I gotta be honest with you, the placard was right. They're now at 56 reps. No shortcuts is hitting this thing out of every ballpark in the world.
That is insane, though. That is, wow.
73 is the test record. That was East Nashville proven with Tola Maracanyo. You would expect that.
Well, some very capable athletes out there on the floor. I think that's all you can say.
Just an incredible performance as the clock continues to tick. No shortcuts. We'll head into the third and final round at 56 reps.
And so let's have a look at the last lift right here. That looks good. There's still a bunch of power to go for the last round.
Only 2 teams across the semifinals have eclipsed the 60 mark. That was the underdogs last week at North America West. And then we mentioned Tim Paulson, Tola Maracanyo, Taylor Williamson, and Andrea Nisler, East Nashville proven at 73 out of North America East. So The gauntlet has been laid down. No Shortcuts is at 51. The bad news for them is that also at 51 is the team in the lane next to them, Oslo Navy Blue.
Yep.
Avendal Ringard is in the black-born primitive shirt, center of your screen.
Let's not sleep on Oslo Blue. I think that would probably be a mistake of us.
Still the first two lifters, Kromashvitz on the right, Dalringard on the left, although he struggles a little bit more and will pass things off to Nikolai Biladel.
And Nikolai Biladel, strong athlete. Usually I'd say barbell not a problem. I think he has recovered from the start that he had on day one.
It was that back soreness or back stiffness that caught up with Biladel, led to the 12th place finish in the first event. And look at the communication. Here's Houdet. Dalringard had just put up a finger and said, wait, don't go again. And it pays off because Biladel comes through with another rep.
Yep. That's a team effort right there.
No Shortcuts, though. The men lifted 4 more times. They've opened up a lead on Navy Blue as Leona Richter approaches in the pink top left of your screen. Here's Walleye into the mix as Falk Karliski gives her way to Mia Hesketh.
Who power cleans it. Thank you very much. And Leona Richter right now, oh, she's fighting for that. Has got, exactly, that is her last one before handing over the barbell.
Now Ingrid Hodenmere lifting on the left. Mia Hesketh lifting on the right. Oslo Navy Blue and Walleye. You've got No Shortcuts in the gray tops. Waiting for the right time to attempt another lift here as Hodenmere connects with 10 seconds to go.
Hodenmere is going to get another one as well.
And if she can stand that bar hits the ground.
Oh.
No Shortcuts winds up with 65 reps.
Bjarnefar looked pretty happy. And so do No Shortcuts. Sorry, not Bjarnefar. No Shortcuts. It's the tall, stylish Danish men. They throw me off. So here, No Shortcuts. Here they are. Andre Houdet just doing a great job of being surgical on every single barbell. Here he's on the last one, squat cleaning it. Pretty happy with his performance, and I think he should be. Then we have right here on the right side of your screen, we have No Shortcuts. At the same time as Oslo Navy Blue missed their last rep, No Shortcuts got theirs.
The win is 3 points. No Shortcuts came in atop the leaderboard. They pick up the test victory. They will remain atop the leaderboard. And the odds-on favorites as we head into the final test, deciding tickets to Madison. Andre Houdet put this team together because they wanted to come to the table and compete to win. That was the goal. It was the only goal, and they're with Lauren Smith.
Andre, you're a rookie team. You said you came into the competition wanting to fly under the radar, which you're doing a horrible job at, by the way. But how proud are you of how this group has pulled together to pull off these feats that you are, and now event wins?
I mean, I'm super proud. We've been grinding out in the middle of nowhere, Denmark, for 6 months, you know, almost living together and training together the majority of the time. And I'm just super proud of all the sacrifices the team have made to, you know, be here right now and collecting a win like this.
I mean, we talk about sacrifices, Naika, but you've moved to another new home and had to settle in. How have you found the experience with this group?
Honestly, it's been really easy with these guys. I feel very welcome at Andre's house, where I live at the moment, with his fiancée, their little daughter, and Sonny, the dog. And it just feels like coming home from day one. I put my plants up, and I was like, I'm home.
We are more used to seeing you, Andre, and Julia on the individual stage. How much are you relying on Junior and Naika just to settle into what the team competition is all about?
I mean, they have been, you know, the core of the team, to be honest. They have a lot of experience, and me and Julie, we don't have a lot of team experience, so we've been able to draw a lot of knowledge from them and you know, all their past experience. So, yeah, they're a super important part of the team.
Well, you've been fabulous to watch, and we look forward to seeing the rest of the competition. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
No shortcuts. That is a test win, 65 reps. Oslo Navy Blue just behind them, 62. Walleye at 62 as well are your top three. They don't quit in Denmark. Not in the slightest. 3 Danish teams finish in the top 10. We still have much more to come. We're going to eventually decide which 10 teams are going to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Not only that, it's the last 10 tickets on the team side. Stick with us. Much more to come here in Europe because the individuals are about to take the stage. It's moving day on the indie side.
CrossFit is long-lasting. It's the best way to get healthy and fit. It'll also be the best way to produce the most well-rounded athlete, the most athletic, well-rounded athlete that you can be. Like, it'll bring out the best physical version of yourself. And that's what I love about it. And that's why I compete. And that's why I own the gym. Seeing what you're physically capable of, I think, is something that I've always wanted to push that limit and push that boundary. And CrossFit gave me the ability to do that.
I would tell someone that's intimidated by CrossFit to take the leap of faith and walk through the doors.
Athletes you see on TV are the 1%.
So you don't have to be physically fit to start.
It doesn't matter what other folks are doing. This is about you. This is your fitness journey.
It really is infinitely scalable to everyone.
It's a gift to your kids for them not to have to take care of you because you can no longer function. And CrossFit will allow you to do that.
You're gonna feel better coming out of it than you did going into it. Just get inside the door and then we'll take it from there.
And when we moved to town, man, we were family rich. It was great, but I had no friends. When I came to Auburn, everyone was friendly, but they all had their people. And so it was tough to find friends. And that's why I came to CrossFit, actually.
I believe that CrossFit is a great vehicle that brings people through the door, but fitness is everything. I mean, it's our emotional fitness, our mental fitness. And for a lot of people, I think they walk through the door of Auburn CrossFit for that hour, for that great hour of the day that provides them the release that they need.
People at Auburn CrossFit are some of the most surprising parts. I didn't anticipate that. Man, we have a 92-year-old CrossFitter here. Annie is famous. She's the one that inspires the entire box.
My name is Annie Holmes. I am going to be 93 in January.
She started CrossFit at 89 and had never really done any type of fitness that I'm aware of.
Never in any universe did I think my mother would consider going to any kind of a gym.
I just fall in love with the way my body was changing, that I was finding muscles I never had.
That's one of the things that I think that people undervalue is the importance of we're all going to age and something's going to be difficult at some point, but things such as CrossFit make those recoveries or those difficult times more bearable because we have laid the groundwork.
But in all cases, however people get it done, what matters is that they get these ideas in their bodies. They don't just keep it in their heads. They need to put themselves on the hook to do something that is just uncomfortable. Because when they do that, they discover benefits that you can't get from shopping to deal with your depression. You can only get from challenge. And challenge is this rare gift that increasingly, in a world that worships comfort at every turn, we desperately need it. Our kids need it. Our parents need it. I need it. And if I'm not actively looking for uncomfortable things, what's going to happen is I'm going to drift into comfort at every turn. And we know where comfort leads us. Comfort leads us to places that we don't want to go. And what we're all craving is to be alive. It's not just about working out. It's about how do I deal with hard things everywhere in my life? And if I don't practice that, when hard things come, when I don't pick them, I'm not going to be at a very strong position to deal with it.
10 seconds. Stand by.
And good afternoon, Berlin, and welcome to test number 4, presented by Foodspring, here of the individual men. They are going to be starting off on an 800-meter assault air runner, and then going full load a max snatch inside a time cap of 6 minutes. Then they will have a 2-minute rest and move it over to test number 5, where they will start off with 8 snatches at 185 pounds, that is 84 kilos, and then another 800 meters on the assault air runner.
This event is so exciting. We've seen it at the other semifinals, and it is definitely one you don't want to miss. Yes, they've got to buy in there with that run, just to get them a little uncomfortable, you know what I mean? And then they have some time remaining to go heavy. What is the biggest snatch we've seen so far, Joe?
We have seen 325 pounds. We saw that from Tudo Magda. That is 147.9 kilos. That is a lot of weight.
Yeah, it is after a run. You know what I mean? So impressive. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're a minute and a half in. Like he said, it's got a short time cap. Time is certainly of the essence. They've got 6 minutes. 6 minutes here. There's 2 scores up for grabs. So they can grab some points here with test number 4. And then it's a completely new event after that 2 minutes. Another set of points is up for grabs with test number 5.
And just having a little look-see at some of the scores, I'm seeing 245 pounds. That is 111.1 kilos. Looks like Max Oliver Sander is going to be the heaviest starting weight so far. Also together with our Masters athlete, Stephen Fawcett over there in lane number 5. The big boys are starting to come out. Berlin, make some noise. Who doesn't like a heavy barbell out here on the competition floor?
Right, we got a judge's hand in the air, Joe. They're in the final stretch of that run. Now, what we've seen in the past, it's not necessarily who gets off the run first, right? However, they do have a little bit more time to snatch. But you'll notice a lot of them that are going for heavyweight keep a solid pace. They get off kind of middle of the pack, and then they come and hit it.
Absolutely, as we've gone past that 3-minute mark. So it looks like we can see over there Anestis Artemis, lane number 3, and he is starting off with 195 pounds, 88.5 kilos. First lift, up and easy.
Looks like we've got a couple more athletes. Federico Mara joining in. Joe, what's Federico open up at?
It looks like he's got 240 over there on the bar. You're looking at 108.8 kilos. Yundov, 225.
Athletes, you have 2 minutes.
Successful 240 over there in lane number 2, Federico Marra. Manu Dobon, 225, 102 kilos.
Platform number 3, adding some weight. Looks like 205.
We already got 2 successful 245s up there. The heaviest weights at the moment, 111 kilos. Stephen Fawcett, Max Oliver Sander, Nikita Yundal. Those are the guys that have the highest weights, 235 here for Manuel Dobon, 106.5.
1 minute. Mara getting low. He's able to stand it up. Nicely done. We'll wait till that gets flipped over. Looked like that was 275 maybe? 45 seconds. Yundal with 255.
All right, and I can see also Stephen Fawcett setting up for 255. Manuel Dobon, España.
Oliva Strand had a successful, I believe, 265.
245 kilos there for Manuel Dobon, 15 seconds.
Athletes, you have 10 seconds. They're going for their final lifts, ladies and gentlemen. Counting down, 3, 2, 1, time.
Oh, Max Oliver Strander, 275 pounds, 124 kilos.
Athletes, please make your way to starting position.
So as they have a 2-minute rest, we're going to be moving over as they are now going to be going for 8 snatches at 185 pounds. That is 84 kilos. And then an 800-meter run inside a time cap of 6 minutes.
1 minute.
As we start out, 8 snatches at 185, 84.5 kilos. Touch and go for all of these athletes. As it looks like Stephen Fawcett is slightly in the lead, the master athlete, only 2 reps to go. But it is all the way on the ends.
Federico Mara with Yundal in second. They've got 6 minutes to get 8 snatches, and now they are running and gunning. We're gonna see a lot faster pace on this second 800 meters. Remember, this is a completely new test, a new set of points up for grabs here.
So it was in the red shorts over there, lane number 2, Federico Mara, the first athlete to make it on to the Assault Air Runner. 800 meters, Kiki, is what they have to get through, and their heart rate is high after those unbroken snatches that we just saw.
Now, while that test number 4 was a little bit different on this pacing, right? They didn't want to burn themselves out. Now they can redline and get to that 800 meters and empty the tank. Trying to get onto that finish mat as fast as possible. Usually release around that 3-minute marker, I think, is where we've seen it before.
And remember, as soon as you see a hand in the air of the judges, it means that the athlete is very close to completing those 800 meters. So keep your eyes out for the judges behind the Assault Air Runners.
We are coming up on 2 minutes in.
On that first run, we saw them coming off at about 3.5 to 4 minutes. But like you said, Kiki, now it's different. They're going for a sprint as it is the final stage of this workout. So we must be getting very close. In probably about 90 seconds, we're going to see these athletes sprinting across the competition floor.
Yes, we are 2.5 minutes in. These guys holding it together, their eyes just watching those monitors. Each and every step has a value to it. A hand is in the air for lane number 7, Victor Yundal.
We got a hand in the air over there for Federico Marabellin.
Mara and Yundal gonna be battling it out as we are 3 minutes in. Here comes the action, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Victor Yundal. One is done. We're looking for number 2. Mara set to have this finish up next. But we'll find out. With a sneak attack. Give it up for Stephen Fawcett. There goes Federico Mara.
We have a hand up there also, as here we can see Max Oliver Stranda and Anestis Artemis. And the final meters here for the Spaniard, Manuel Domona.
Big round of applause. Heat number 1 is done with test 4 and 5.
And if you are in need of a CrossFit starter pack, make sure to go over to the Food Spring booth and for a chance to win an exciting product bundle. And also And welcome Berlin to test number 4 of the individual men presented to you by Foodspring. For load, they will start with an 800-meter assault air runner and then go for a maximum load of a max snatch inside a time cap of 6 minutes. Then they have a little breather of 2 minutes and we move over to test number 5. We will be starting off with 8 snatches at 185, that is 84.5 kilos. And then another 800-meter run, all of that test 5 inside time cap of 6 minutes.
2 scores up for grabs. We were talking about it earlier. Both of them have same movement, right? They've got a run and some snatches. However, very different balance as you approach tests 4 and 5. The guys are gonna find a more comfortable pace on this first 800 meters while still making sure they leave enough time to hit some solid snatches. Then they go all out on those 8 snatches like you were talking about at a lighter weight. And then they are running and gunning that final 800 meters as fast as they can to get to the finish mat. Hand up in lane number 9. Coker in the green shirt, shorts. First to get a judge's hand up, and just like that, 4 other hands went up in the air. A minute and a half in.
Equal pacing for all of the athletes out there as they're starting to push their way forward. The highest amount of weight out here at the moment on the competition floor. Lane number 10 starting off with a 250-pound lift. That is 113.4 kilos. That is a lot of weight for your first lift, but the best athletes in Europe on the floor right now. So it looks like in lane number 9, Kiki, only 200 meters to go. I can see 2 digits, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll be finding out here momentarily. One of these guys is gonna be hopping off that assault runner. We're 2.5 minutes in, and then the fun really begins. Not that I don't love this, but they gotta do the work, they gotta do something right ahead of that snatch. We can't just let them hit heavy, get them a little winded, and then see what they can do with a little bit more pressure, a little twist on the casual 1 rep max snatch.
So keep your eyes out on lane number 9 in the blue shorts. Mattis Cocker just about to finish off his run.
Mateusz Cocker, ladies and gentlemen. He will be going for 245 pounds. It looks like 250 will be the biggest opening lift by Pieri. But we'll wait for him to get off that runner.
Over there I can see Brian Hernandez out of Area CrossFit, 225 on the bar. Starting to make his way. And Tommaso Pieri stepping up to the bar.
Mateusz in the green shorts, getting the position for 245 pounds.
Give him some love, Berlin!
Pieri good at 250. Fox going for 225. He gets a thumbs up from his judge.
All right, Kiki, I got over here 270 pounds. That is 122.4 kilos. I tell you what, it is getting heavy in here.
A minute and a half to go. Hernandez going for 250. Fox going for 245. It's back down. Mateusz attempting 260.
Callum Clemens, 255.
Mateusz Cocar at 260. It's a no rep 1 minute.
Berlin makes some noise, 270, Tommaso Pieri.
Fox going for 245, takes it for a little walk, but he's still within those yellow lines, so it's good. Kokar hitting it up to 260. Mateusz Kokar, ladies and gentlemen.
And Kiki, have a look at this. I am seeing 280 on the cards, 127 kilos.
20 seconds.
Berlin, help this guy out and make some noise here for Tommaso Pieri.
10 seconds. Three, two, one, time.
And a big shout out to Tommaso Pieri, 280 pounds. So now our athletes have, you know, a little breather, 2 minutes for them to just grab some air, get some engine, get some fuel in their veins as they're going to be starting off with test number 5. 8 snatches at 185 pounds. That is 84.5 kilos. And then it's a finish sprint of another 800 meters on the assault air runner.
1 minute.
So far, Tommaso Pieri has the heaviest lift, 280, 127 kilos.
Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
And we're off for test number 5. 8 snatches at 185. That is lightweight for our top European athletes. As I can see touch and go out here on the competition floor.
100 meters remaining. Same sword for Pieri. Fox with 300 meters. Lane number 6, Caleb Clements. He might have 200 meters to go. Two and a half minutes in. We're gonna see some movement in about 20 seconds, you guys.
200 meters for Brian Hernandez, for Callum Clements. We can see here, Madison and Tommaso Pieri. Forza Italia, Forza Italia!
Here it is, that 3-minute marker. It looks like lane number 4, Brian Hernandez in that final 100. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for your boys here throwing down to the European semifinal in Berlin.
Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? There's a race to the end!
Oh, that might have been Fox, maybe, but it really depends on which leg they get forward. Was it the chip timer foot? Wow.
Photo finishes out here on the competition floor. And there we can see Rodchenikova, and over there, Yuri Maninchenko. A big round of applause for all of our athletes.
10 seconds. Stand by.
You're just joining us. Welcome to the European CrossFit Semifinals, where we will decide the athletes that are going to be making their way to the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Started off at the moment, we have test number 4, powered by Foodspring. For load, they will start with an 800-meter assault air run, and then they will move over for a max snatch for the highest total load. 2-minute rest, and then they go over to test number 5. 8 snatches at 185 pounds, 84 kilos, and then another 800-meter sprint on the assault air runner.
It looks like our biggest opening weight is there in the back in platform number 2. I believe that says 275. Emmanuel Viviano will be opening at 275. I heard some fans there. The rest of the field of play looks like they're going to be going for 225. That's the most common number I'm seeing across the board. So we will have to keep our eyes on platform number 2 when Emmanuel comes into play. All right, judges' hands are in the air. Each one of their fingers indicates 100 meters. So when that hand goes up, 500, and then they're counting down.
As soon as you see that single digits, will be 100 meters to go. And Berlin, I will remind you, the louder you are, the more noise you make, the heavier these athletes are going to be lifting for you out here on the competition floor.
These athletes settling into that cadence. Again, it's finding that balance of getting off the runner, excuse me, in a timely manner to give yourself enough time to hit your best lift on that snatch. A little over 2 minutes in towards that 6-minute time cap here. All right, it looks like lane number 7 with 100 meters remaining. That is Roman Belano. Might be the first athlete off of that Assault Runner Pro.
It is so great to see, Kiki, as we see all of the country flags up here in the stadium. More than 27 countries joining us here in Berlin for your European CrossFit Semifinals. But it does look like it's either going to be the Frenchman or the Spaniard, Romain Felino or Ignacio Iyarramendi, with one finger in the air.
I say it just like that. That same flair. All right, we've got athletes coming in for some snatches.
Roman stepping up to the bar. $225, Andeloni, lane number 6.
A lot of 225 happening right now. Is that platform 2 we've got our eyes on for Emmanuel Viviano.
All right, he's chalking it up. He's getting himself ready. 275 pounds, ladies and gentlemen.
Less than 2 minutes.
Jason, Longader here, 235 pounds, 106.5 kilos.
Rossini going for 225, it's good. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Viviano gets a good lift this time around.
275 pounds has already been lifted, 124.7 kilos What is going to be his next weight? What's it going to be?
Andreloni getting 250. That's a good lift for him. Athletes, 1 minute.
Ignacio Irriarramendi.
45 seconds.
All right, we have the Italian. He's asking for noise, Berlin. He's asking for noise.
Seconds. Pietro going for 275 on platform number 6. 20 seconds.
Luis Cuellar, 280.
10 seconds. Three, two, one. Time. 2 minutes.
So as they have that 2-minute rest just coming up on 1 minute to go as they will be starting for that test number 5. 8 snatches at 185 pounds. That is 84 kilos. And then moving forward to a final sprint of another 800 meters on the Assault Air Runner.
Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
So it was Luis Cuellar who got the heaviest snatch at 280 pounds. But now it's time to rep it out. Touch and go here for all of our athletes for those 8 repetitions. And until they move on to 800 meters of the Assault Air Runner. All right, it is Alexander Nasarasti, training culture in lane number 1, who made it to the Assault Runner first. This guy is known for his engine and coming out like a bat out of hell.
I love it, Joe. Okay, these guys finding their pacing here for this second 800-meter run. Again, we were talking about it. Same movements, right? Run and some snatches. Very different compilation here. 1 minute in.
Looking nice and comfortable there. We have Ignacio Irriarramendi, Emanuele Baviano, and Alexander Nasarasti in lanes number 3, 2, and 1. A little reminder, when that judge's hand hits the air, each one of those 5 fingers means 100 meters. So when you see that single digit, we are gonna bring the noise, Berlin.
Lane number 3 with a hand in the air. Same story for lane number 5. Irriarramendi is in lane number 3 in that blue crop top. you know, he's feeling it.
You gotta like the old crop top out there, Ignacio Iyarramendi.
I mean, crop tops are in. It's very in style. Cuellar running and gunning in lane number 5, but my man in lane number 3 channeling Nick Matthews with that crop top, trying to beat him. We'll see if there has been a little jump around for these athletes. Maybe someone's taking up that pacing a little bit faster.
All right, I can see 2 fingers up. España, no os oigo. Luis Cuellar out there in the middle. Lane number 5 has 1 finger in the air, less than 100 meters.
Oh. 2 of our athletes in that final, 3 of our athletes in that final home stretch. Oh, look at lane number 1, but here goes lane number 5, Luis Cuellar. Here comes lane number 9, he better run. Oh, he might have gotten him. I don't know. That's why you can't slow down until you get across that finish line. You never know who might be doing the sneak attack. Lane number 6 coming across. Pietro Andoloni done. 1 more athlete remains. Alexander Anasagasti closes it out. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Heat 3 is done.
The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games Europe Semifinal. It's the road to Madison here from Max Schmeling Hall in Berlin, Germany. Test number 3 was this morning. It was semifinals Linda. 10 down to 1 of that deadlift, dumbbell bench press, and squat clean. And they call this moving day. Mads, it was moving day.
It sure was. There were a lot of guys who were out there trying to prove a point. And I mean, they got off to the deads, all of them at the same time. As soon as we got to the dumbbell bench press, however, David Sharonke kind of went out there and made a point. Lazar Dukic also did a great job kind of keeping up. He had his own pace, going back and forth, not really getting caught by anybody else. But at the end of the day, the man who tore this thing apart was David Sharonke right there, middle of your picture.
Not only that, but David Sharonke knew about it when he finished. He had to hold off Bronislaw Alenkowicz at the end, the guy who was most known for his strength of anybody in this field. But Sharonke, finishing ahead of him, picks up the event victory, picks up the test victory, and he vaults himself into a CrossFit Games qualifying position. The standings after 3 tests, there is Sharonke in 5th. Bronislaw Alenkowicz is now in 4th with that 2nd place finish. Lazar Dukic, though, leads the way, and comfortably so, with those 285 out of a possible 300 points. But how about 16th place? Björgvin Karl Gudmundsson, ranked number 3rd in the worldwide rankings, only behind the fittest man on earth, Justin Medeiros, and Patrick Vellner. He is not in a qualifying position.
He is not, and I was surprised that he wasn't going harder than he was this morning. I'm expecting him to come back a little bit later, but I did not expect to see him here, no.
So 3 tests in the rearview mirror. There are 4 tests still ahead. This is test 4 and 5, heat 4 of the 6 heats. It's an interesting grouping of 10 because coming into the semifinal, 4 of the top 8 men had never been to the CrossFit Games. They are in this heat. They've dropped off. They have work to do.
They do have a lot of work to do. They're still within striking distance, but they need to go out here and start working.
Well, one of those guys who is not a veteran, Guillaume Briand, he also has some work to do in order to return to the games after his rookie season in 2022.
Well, this is the kind of test that would help him do that. He's known for being very comfortable with the heavy weight. This initial run isn't exactly going to get him in trouble either, so let's see what Briand has got.
There is Briand Guillaume. The 4 men who would be rookies if they qualified, that were in the top 8 coming out of quarterfinals: Harry Lightfoot, Victor Hoffa, Aniola Kai, and Reggie Fossa.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Fossa out here as well. So what they've got ahead of him here is men's test 4 and 5. Starts with within 6 minutes, 800-meter run. After that, establish your heaviest snatch, then a 2-minute rest before they move on to test number 5, which is 8 snatches, and then finishing off with an 800-meter sprint and the assault runner.
Big event for that young man, Victor Hoffa. He is known as a gymnastics specialist, and that is where he made his name on day 1 of competition. But if Victor Hoffa can go out here and lift some heavy weights, he will put himself back into a potentially qualifying position because he needs to make a move 27 points out of the top 11.
He really has his work cut out for him, and we've had a couple of heavy lifts in the previous heats as well, so he has his work cut out for him.
This is an 800-meter run. Hands will go in the air, 5 fingers to the sky, and those fingers will drop off 1 at a time as 100 meters tick off.
That's Victor Hoffa, right? Oh, yeah. A lot of these guys looking very comfortable on this run. What we have seen, both in past weekends and so far this weekend here in Berlin, is that there's no need to rush the first 800-meter run. I mean, you need to set yourself up for success, leaving enough time for you to do the work you need to do on the bar, but you can't get there all being out of breath. And I would imagine that people are going to have 3 lifts. These athletes are going to have 3 lifts. They need to get out there and get a lift on the board, pick a weight that they know they're going to be able to navigate, then one that they think they're going to be able to get, and then at the end of it, just hope for the best and swing for the fences unless they've gotten themselves in trouble in any of their first attempts.
I was going to say, a very wise man once said, know, think, and hope, Mads.
Man, that's smart. That's smart. He must have gotten that from somebody else who was really
I don't know,
smart.
a very wise bald man. Look for athletes to start to come off these runners here once we get past the 3-minute mark. Mads, how taxed are you after an 800-meter jog? I mean, you're pushing yourself, but just because you have to here, this isn't the race. How tired are you going out to lift heavyweight?
Not at all. The only thing that could play into that is actually whether people are used to an assault runner or not, because it does tax your hamstrings unless you're used to working on its implements. So that would be the only thing that some of these will find a bit surprising.
We do have athletes starting to come off. Becca Kavernadze here is the first to lift. This will be at 225, and that was easy.
Smart way to start. That's a great way to start.
225 is up for Sven Gaines, also good for Victor Hoffer.
245 for Helsinghoff right here. 245, that would equate to 111 kilos.
Aniol Ekai at 255, same for Parkin.
So that's 115 kilos.
No good, missed it out in front. Reggie Fossa in the back opened at 185, Mads.
Yeah, and now he's got 225 on the bar, so 225, that would leave him at 102 kilos. A bit surprised at that.
Especially with Reggie Fossa being someone that has to make a move here. Aniol Ekai is going to jump up to 275. You can see in the distance, that is Fossa getting his next weight situated.
Sven Greens just threw up. Oh, that was Sam Parkin just threw up 255.
Kavernadze.
Hoffer with 245 here as well. It's 111 kilos.
Here is Fossa going for 225.
No problem.
Ekai is good at 275.
Briant, 265. And 275 seems to be the hallmark right now.
Well, 280 is the number to beat. It's been accomplished by a couple of athletes at this point. We still have 45 seconds with which to work. If you get a lift up here, you might have a shot at another. Sven Gaines is good at 255.
Aniol Ekai going for 290, so 290 would be 133.8.
Boy, Parkin was good at that. Kavernadze good at 245. Parkin missed behind him. I'd almost put another 5 pounds on the bar. Ekai at 290. Oh, it was there. Sit down underneath that bar.
Oh, push your head through it and stand it up. It's so easy for me to say up here, but.
Gaines is good at 265 in the background. Hoffer just hit it 265. Lightfoot missed 270.
And Ekai got the 290 right at the buzzer.
Weights going up like crazy in the final seconds of heat number 4. There will be a 2-minute reset as we move into test number 5 for these gentlemen. So Aniol Ekai at 290 now has the new number to beat. Still looking for somebody to eclipse 300.
That was right on the buzzer as well.
And you'll see a lot of these gentlemen changing out feet, or changing out shoes. They are not Ken dolls. A lot of them ran in lifters and then are able to lift in said lifters, and
there you go. Look at that. Ekai's got to be super happy with that lift right on the buzzer. Gives him a bit of adrenaline as well for the rest of the next test right here.
He needed it too. Aniol Ekai came in 27th place. So well out of a qualifying spot. He was the 8th seed out of quarterfinals, ranked 657th on the worldwide leaderboard. Then he came in with a lat injury after quarterfinals, was able to muscle through that, put himself in a position to compete here.
Bit of determination in that man. So we're moving on to test number 5 right now. Within 6 minutes, 8 snatches, then onto an 800-meter sprint on the assault runner. Weights for these gentlemen will be 185 pounds, which will be 83.9 kilos if you're a Hoovian.
Off to those 8 snatches. That's the gatekeeper. This event is all about the sprint. These two movements combined for time, and look at Harry Lightfoot on the right side of your screen just smoking these snatches.
And it's exactly what he needs to do. There's no way to drop the bar and then be in contention with a heat like this.
And it is Harry Lightfoot that's the first to the runner, and he got to the runner so hard he slid it forward 2 feet. Strategy, Mads, he has a shorter sprint to the finish line now.
Well, yeah. Well, yes, it is. No, but I think what these athletes need to do now is they need to remember chest up, lean forward just a little bit, and then remember that cadence on the assault runner. Make the assault runner work with you, not against you.
So what does that mean? How do you get this implement to do some work on your behalf?
Well, there's a little bit of a curve, so you need to put your foot down right where that curve, in the beginning of that curve, so you get a bit of momentum on that band. That will help you propel the band forward. If you put it down right underneath you, you will have to actually pull that band. And what that does is it just tears up your hamstrings. So drive your knees, throw your feet forward, chest up, slight incline forward.
Lightfoot has to dominate here. He only lifted 245 pounds. He missed at 270 just at the buzzer.
So unless I'm mistaken, Victor Ljungdahl has the fastest time so far with 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Hands are in the air. That means you have 500 meters left. We'll lose a digit for every 100 meters.
And if you're looking at the field right now, start looking at the guys who are taking longer strides, starting rotating their upper body more than they have been to start with, and tightening up their shoulders. They're not comfortable. Harry Lightfoot right now does look fairly taxed, but he still has a really good stride on that on the assault runner.
Eni Olakai just looks like he's out for a stroll here in the center of your screen.
Love the way he's throwing his legs his foot forward, lifting his knee, throwing it forward, and then get a good breathe.
Martin Cuervo is on the right side of your screen with less than 300 meters left. Now just passing the 200-meter mark. Mads, I know it's an all-out sprint, but you basically have to leave a little bit of gas in the tank, so when you get to those final 200 meters, you're all out.
Joel, you do. I mean, we've seen it before. People get off and have to walk to the finish line and then get passed by a couple of other athletes.
Boy, Lightfoot is all out at the bottom of the screen.
Oh, nice.
He is straining to pull, but he's going to get beat. A race to it in lane 4 for Victor Helsinghoff. Inside of 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
New fastest time by Helsinghoff.
Cuervo is done. Reggie Fossa, that's a good result for you top of the screen in lane 1. Lightfoot is done in lane 10. 3:07.63, that's your new test leader for Helsinghoff. And now here comes Guillaume Briand, and that is going to be a tough time to take for the game's veteran.
He had to go out here and do a lot of work, and I'm not sure that's the finish he was looking for, to be honest.
My goodness, 8 seconds to win that heat for Helsinghoff. New time to beat in the test.
That was a good hustle at the end. That was a very good hustle.
We've got much more to come as we move on to Heat 5 of tests 4 and 5 here in Berlin. Moving day rolls along for the individual men.
guys. I'm joined by subject matter expert in aerobic capacity, Chris Hinshaw. Chris, if you were talking to an athlete approaching these two workouts, what's the best advice you could give them?
Well, so these two workouts are by far my favorite within semifinals. If you're actually a new athlete looking at this workout, what I would recommend, you have to be patient. There's two events. You've got to be patient in event number 4.
Which one's harder, 4 or 5?
So in my opinion, this is a setup. Event 5 is without a doubt the hardest portion because they're gassed. They just went through a maximal effort lift, and so that power is gone. Now what you're asking them to do is actually hang on in a power-based event, 800 meters, the most feared event in track and field.
Well, thank you so much for your insight and happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Gets the crowd going. Happy birthday, Chris Hinshaw. It is test 4 and 5, heat 5 here from Max Schmeling Hall in Berlin, Germany. Lauren Smith is down on the field. Mads Jacobson up here in the booth. My name is Joel Gadet, the rest of our crew. We have snatching and running here for tests 4 and 5. The standings through 3 events. Lazar Jukic, 285 out of a possible 300 points. One of the best in the world, asserting himself here after coming in number 5 in the World Ride Rankings. Number 3 in the World Ride Rankings, Bjorgvin Karl Gudmundsson. And Mads, he is not in a qualifying spot.
He is not. He is going to have to go out here and really dominate this, both of these two tests and able to put himself into contention again.
We just saw Harry Lightfoot in that last heat, Guillaume Briand as well, trying to move their way up. See if they help themselves after their performance on these tests. 2 separate tests, 200 points out for grabs.
Test number 4, within 6 minutes, 800 meter on the assault runner. After that, the rest of the time, establish your max snatch. Onto a 2-minute rest before test number 5, which is 8 snatches and then an 800-meter sprint on the assault runner.
Again, 6 minutes for each with a 2-minute rest. Mads, how do you go about attacking this thing?
Well, I think there are a bunch of different ways that you can go about attacking it. In a second here, we're going to look at the keys to success, and we've seen a couple of different ones in the past. I think the first one is to be patient, or it's not about the run on the first one, as Hinshaw was just talking about as well. It's not about the run, so set yourself up for success. The second one is, it's all about the run. This is where you need to go out there and start pushing it.
10 athletes to look at here. David Sharonke had a phenomenal morning, winning semifinals. Linda Bronislaw Alenkowicz was right behind him in second place, and because of that, they have both now moved into a CrossFit Games qualifying position. There is Bronislaw Alenkowicz. This is a man that does things for fun when challenged by friends. He told Brian Friend earlier, Brian Friend asked him, our statistician, what are you going to lift here? And he said, I'll open probably around 300 pounds, but we'll let the people vote.
Okay. Well, you know the conversation he's having right now with his judges is, do you have a wider bar? Because I'm going to need more plates.
I mean, he might. He has done a Turkish getup with an assault bike, folks. I mean, that was a wink of conniving strategy. 325 is the best by Tudor Magda. We saw Jack Farlow go 315 in week 1. Anthony Davis just missed last week at the buzzer at 325.
And here's what I'm looking forward to seeing David Sharonke. Obviously, he's really strong. He has had some injuries in the past. I want to see him in an Olympic lifting event like this one. What has he got? Is he going to be able to go out there and follow up with another brilliant performance like the one he had a little bit earlier today? Looks poised. I like that.
First semifinal appearance for David Sharonke. Injuries derailing him each of the last 2 years. But he has been to the regionals dating back to 2014. That man has been around the block, 33 years of age. When he won Linda this morning, he stood on the finish mat and pointed at the ground. Right here, right now.
Well, if there was ever anybody that threw down the gauntlet, I think that was him right there and then.
In lane 5. You're looking at the man sitting currently in 11th place, holding on to the final ticket to the games.
You know that he knows that he's right there. You also know that he's looking down the line. He's looking at Alenkowicz going, oh, that's nice. And he's got Shirunki on the other side going, okay, that's it. You want to throw down? Let's go. Luka not known to be the man who steps away from a challenge.
Test number 4 underway, heat 5. It's an 800-meter run on this assault air runner. That's just the gatekeeper. What matters in this test is how much weight you can snatch.
Exactly, and it kind of comes back to when we talked about the keys, the recipe for success is basically do not stress the run. Make sure that you're not super taxed when you get off here so that you leave enough time for you to perform your snatch, but also enough energy to be able to be strong.
Look at some of these runs here, Mads. We had just seen David Shirunki. He looked like he was out walking the dog.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of a little bit misguiding when you look at athletes on here. Depending on your stature, your stride will look different. If you're a bit shorter athlete, cadence is going to be higher. If you're a bit taller athlete, cadence will not, as you see David Shirunki right here, will not be as high, but the stride is going to be a little bit longer. But he's doing a really, really good job right now, coming down right where that curve starts. So making sure that the assault runner works for him. Also talked a little bit about chest up and relaxing your jaw. You've got that as well.
What's particular about these assault runners is you see that curve that Mads was just talking about. These are self-powered treadmills. So if you run closer to the end, Mads, you hit that curve, the treadmill is going to do work for you. That assault runner comes into factor. If you run toward the middle, you're doing all the pulling yourself. This is correct, and that's when your hammies start getting on fire. So here we got Branislav Olenkovic, and one of the funny things, or one of the things is that we always talk about him as being a strong athlete, but he's not necessarily just a strong athlete. He's also turning into a pretty good aerobic capacity athlete. And here we've got Luka Vunjak, and Luka Vunjak, look at how relaxed he is on that run. He was the one we said had to do a bunch of work. If he wants to do a bunch of work on the barbell, moving as heavy a weight as possible, he needs to come off of here with enough time to do so, but also to be fresh enough. And I like the pace I'm seeing from him right now. 4 points clear of a games ticket right now for the Serbian. He'd be making his debut after a 9th place finish at the Lowlands Throwdown a year ago.
His last event at the Lowlands Throwdown last year was epic. I've never seen anybody swing for the fences as hard as he did then, which is why I know he's not the one who's not going to pick up a challenge.
Judges' hands in the air, each one of those fingers signifies 100 meters. We'll expect these athletes to start coming off the runner in about 20 seconds, give or take. Have about 3 minutes to lift. If you caught us in the earlier heats, you heard the old Mads Jacobsen line. You got 3 shots, no think and hope.
This is correctly. You need to know that you've got the first lift. You need to think that you got the second. And then after that, you need to hope to everything that's sacred to you that you can get the last one.
290 is the number looking to hit on the barbell. Aniola Kai is your clubhouse leader.
Branislav Olenkovic has a 275 on the bar just to start with.
That's disappointing, Mads.
It is. It's a conservative start. It's nice, though, that that's the weight you know you've got.
Yeah.
So Ludwig Hansen, who we know is a phenomenal runner, gets off first. He's followed by Michael Smith. Michael Smith, who's also a brilliant lifter. Lifts really, really nicely.
Smith is at the top of your screen, just under the score. First man to approach the barbell has 235 up easy. Fabian Benito here came in as the #1 seed out of quarterfinals. He is well out of a qualifying spot, needs to hit a home run. Good at 245. Here's Branislav Olenkovic. The question isn't whether or not he's going to lift 275. It's will he do it close grip? Will he do it on one leg? Will he do it with a mouse? Will he do it in a house?
Crazy thing is that it's not even a rhetorical question. It's like that could happen.
And the lift is good.
275, if you're wondering at home, it is 124.7 kilos. David Shirunki moving up to 255. So that's 115. Fabian Benito here, bottom of your screen, just got 265.
Smith in the background just hit 255. Sharonki here also going for 255.
And Vunyak got 265. That's huge for him.
290 is the number to beat. We have another 1 minute left to lift. Sharonki is good.
Easy lift for David.
Olenkowicz is at 295. That would be the new test record. He's tightening his belt in the black and the black hat. Make some noise for the Instagram famous Bronislaw Olenkowicz. Oh, and then some. There's the one-legged snatch.
And now all he needs to do is look around. Is anybody even close to me? No, I'm not sure if I want to listen anymore.
Is he done? I think he just shook it
done.
off.
I think he's done, yeah.
Let's see if that comes back to hurt him, though. I mean, he knows he's going to finish top 2, 3, 4. But I would think somebody's going to lift 300 in the next heat. And Sharonki's going to try to get another lift in here with 10 seconds to go.
David just got 265, yeah.
280, and he's on the cut line, but he missed.
That's the way he has to go, though. He has to come out there guns blazing. Yep.
Olenkowicz wins at 295, but there are still 10 more men to lift.
I love what he did. So 295, goes out there, grabs the bar, chest up, boom. No problem whatsoever. He could have gone a lot heavier, but here's the thing. In this heat, he doesn't have to, and he knows what's happened in the heats before, but there's another
points? Yeah, how many points did he just potentially leave on the board?
Exactly. And did he give a little bit of hope to everybody who's like, we're never going to be able to outsnatch this guy?
There is something, too, if you're in the next heat going, all right, I got to put 300 up.
Yep.
Like, there is a mental edge there.
There is definitely a mental edge. Well, Olenkowicz has played his hand. We'll see how it goes. But before that, we have test number 5.
It's going to be those movements in reverse now. 8 snatches straight into an 800-meter run. This is for time. Snatch barbell at 185 pounds.
Yep. That's 83.9 kilos, if you're wondering. And what we've seen before is that you need to go unbroken. Dropping that bar would mean that you'd have to be probably one of the fastest 800-meter runners out there. So let's not challenge that. Let's just hold on to the bar.
Well, this becomes a big event for the man that we just saw there.
Yeah.
Bronislaw Olenkowicz has been working on his engine. We know he can lift.
And he looked very comfortable on the assault runner in event 4.
Luka Vunyak, we just saw there, holding onto the last ticket.
Here's the man, though, Ludwig Hansen, known for being able to run like you would not believe. So I'm looking forward for Ludwig, top of your screen there on the right side, or the middle right now of your screen. Looking forward to seeing him on that band or the assault runner, because he can do some damage.
8 by 185 here. No one has yet broken.
Oh, David Sharonki and Olenkowicz at the same time to the assault runner. Here's Ludwig Hansen.
Now we'll see how much work Bronislaw Olenkowicz has put in to his engine this past offseason since joining Justin Kotler and the Underdogs. The Slaw is in the black jersey. Shirtless David Sharonki on the left side.
David Sharonki looks like a man on a mission.
David Sharonki, because of injuries, hasn't competed at this level for the last couple of years. He's been to the CrossFit Games once as an individual, but it was the online stage 1 of 2020.
Oh, he was there as a part of the team as well for the Nordic team way back.
He wants to go, though. This is a long time coming for him to show up in person.
Yep. He's been very poised, and I mean, he has had some injuries. We've talked about him before, but he's also one of these athletes who's allowed himself the time to recover and do everything right on the way back.
3:07.63 is the best score here. 2:56 for Pat Vellner last week is the best score anywhere.
The Ludwig Hansen's judge's hand just went up, and right next to him, Michael Chandler's hand also went up pretty much at the same time. So Michael Chandler and Ludwig Hansen looked like they may be battling it out for the win in this heat, unless somebody saves them.
Each of those fingers signifying 100 meters.
It's Michael Smith. Sorry, got a bit carried away here.
Michael Smith is moving. Fabian Benito is moving.
And Mio Wisłowski as well. Oh, they're really moving faster. Middle of your screen here. That is a great push. Ludwig Hansen breathing heavy.
Inside the final 200 meters, 3:07.63 is the time to beat. Wesolowski is hoofing it. Who's coming off the runner first? Some stride lengths are growing.
And remember to sprint all the way.
You've got to get off the runner and make it to your finish, Matt. Here comes Wesolowski. He's trying to go to the games. Sharonki is through.
Bunyak is through. Benito is through.
That's a huge performance for Wesolowski, who had a great showing on Linda earlier and has put himself in the conversation. Now here comes Olenkowicz. The slaw is done in 3:30. And Fabian Benito, that'll be a damaging result in 3:39.
I think that's Vilichnik. No, it wasn't. I'm sorry. There you go. You were correct.
Once in a blue moon.
Happens a lot, I'm noticing. I'm noticing. But Mio Wisłowski, that was impressive. Such a great finish.
0.7 of a second is the difference there. The time to beat still stands, though, at 3:07.63 from the previous heat with Helsinghoff.
So at the transition right here, we saw David Sharonki and Olenkowicz make it to the runner pretty much at the same time. They both looked very comfortable. Kept our eye on Ludwig Hansen and Michael Smith to start with, but that finish right there by Wesolowski was amazing.
Heat 6 still to come with 10 athletes left to move on moving day. Events 4, tests 4 and 5 in Berlin. Test 4 and 5, Heat 6. The last time we'll see the individual men competing here on Saturday at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Semifinals in Europe. Lauren Smith is our reporter down on the floor with Mads Jacobson. My name is Joel Godet. 10 more men left to compete. Lazar Jukic leads the way, the 5th-ranked man in the world, 285 out of a possible 300 points. Just behind him, the hometown team, Moritz Fiebig. The place goes bananas anytime he's introduced. Björgvin Karl Gudmundsson also gets a loud round of applause, and he's going to need it right now out of a qualifying spot, the 3rd-ranked man in the world across the worldwide rankings. All right, our tests 4 and 5, similar movements, coupled differently.
Test number 4 is within 6 minutes, 800 meters on the assault runner, then establish your max snatch. We'll move on to a 2-minute rest before test number 5 starts with 8 snatches and then an 800-meter sprint on the assault runner.
Recipes brought to us by RP here, and it's different approaches.
Well, slightly. So the first one is event number 4. It's not about the run. Set yourself up for success. Reversely, however, in event number 5, it is all about the run, as we just saw now from Veselovsky.
Well, we talked about the hometown Moritz Fiebig. He is in lane 4, dead center of the floor based on his performance so far, right next to Lazar Jukic. Henrik Haapalainen also in the mix for a podium spot. For more on Moritz, here's Lauren Smith.
Cheers, Joel. Yeah, let's see if hometown hero plays an advantage. Out there in the crowd is his mum, who's come to see him compete for the first time in his competitive history. He has 130 kilogram snatch in the bag, but with that extra kind of crowd behind him, it's not out of possibility that he could match Bronislav Olankovic's 295 we just saw.
Lauren, thank you. It's funny to talk to Moritz about his mother being here to watch him compete. He said he was at the Iberian Throwdown and a competitor collapsed because they were so tired after an event, and their mother ran down out of the stands, and he said, "Mom, whatever you do, I'm just tired. Don't run out of the stands if you see me exhausted." Jonakoski ended yesterday with a test victory, trying to carry that over here onto Saturday.
Jan is another one of those athletes who's very comfortable with the run, so see where that leads him.
Off to the air runner. 800 meters to get you primed for a max snatch.
I like that. Get you primed. That is exactly what you want to do before you need to lift heavy.
Gotta get the blood flowing.
Yeah. Not sure that's what they were thinking when they saw this. I'm not, but it is what they have to do. And as we've seen before, this is not where they're going to go for it. This is not where they're going to push the pace. What it is, however, is exactly where they need to set themselves up with enough time to get the lifts that they need. And also, another great thing is if you're able to kind of get a run out of this that you're comfortable with, so you feel comfortable with the implement, unless you have one in your home box, before you move on to the event number 5.
Haapalainen, Jukic, Fiebig, right to left on your screen. They all got the black memo here for moving day.
Well, I got it. I'm pretty happy about that one. You got the leader jersey, though.
Pink's a good color.
Moritz Fiebig looking very relaxed, and obviously he should be very relaxed. He's not trying to set any kind of 800-meter record right now.
Hand is in the air, 300 meters into the run. Starting to pop up across the board now. That's Colin Bossard. And Lazar Jukic. Just easy runs. You're looking at about, what, Mads, here? About 20 seconds of difference between the test 4 run and the test 5 run.
Yes, approximately, yeah. In lane number 2, you've got Uldis Upenix. And then a fun story about last year when we were in Amsterdam for the Lowland Throwdown was that he was waiting for a taxi. Taxi didn't show up, and so he ended up running to the event. Ran right in, got another pair of shoes, and ran onto the floor. And still qualified for the games and did a great job. So, yeah, here's a young man who's very comfortable with running.
Upinix has 225 on the bar to start. We can see the athletes' gumdrops in the background all have their starting weights listed.
Phoebe has 260 on the bar to start with. It does bode well for challenging Olenkovic.
295 is the number to beat. We do have an adjustment to Eniol Ekai. He had 290 listed, but only 280 on the bar. So right now, 295 is the best. 280 is a three-way tie for second. And we'll see if anybody hits that 300 mark and whether or not Bronislaw Olenkowicz was wise to stop at 295, if that gets him a test win, or if someone can steal some points.
That's a daring move, considering that he does have a lot more in the tank. I mean, you could tell from that lift there was more to get.
It was a confident move.
Yeah.
All right, Jukic is off. These are like slow stalking walks over to the barbells.
Enrico Senoni also done. So is Colin Bosshard.
Jukic is the first to approach the bar, 245, up and easy.
No problem at all at 111 kilos.
Jelle Hoste in the green shirt, 245. That looks good.
Same thing for Hapalainen, looks good as well. So here's Morris Fiebig, middle of your screen, 260 for an opener. 117 kilos and no problem. Any other questions?
He has 130 listed, 130 kilos as a PR snatch.
Lazar Dukic going for 165, that's 120 kilos.
Up and easy for BKG. 265.
Yeah.
Björkman Carl Gudmundsson is in 16th place. That is not where he expected to be, not at this juncture of the competition.
Hapalainen at 265 as well. No, it really isn't. Senoni at 250.
Gatulis just missed at 245. Bossard hits at 245, bottom right. Upinix is going to go to 265. Fiebig is going to go to 280 and will likely have another lift in him after that. Koski good at 265.
So 280 is 127 kilos.
That's 3 kilos off Fiebig's listed PR. For 280 pounds. And second place in the test. He has 40 more seconds to get up another lift. I don't know if he'll get to Fiebig, or rather if he'll get to Olenkovic. Gudmundsson is good at 280. But you've got a shot to earn some points separating from the rest of the 280 lifters. Hoste is good at a critical 275. We have 13 more seconds. Koski's good at 275. Jukic at 280. So now 7 men have lifted 280. Hapalainen missed. Zanoni, 280 missed. And time, Fiebig just missed behind him.
Man.
Gudmundsson has 285 listed. I do not know if he got it up in the air or not. Fiebig missed at 290. This was 285 at the horn.
By the man who needs to make a move.
Big time. That is second place in the test for Björkman Carl Gudmundsson.
Do you have to have us like that kind of suspense, Björkman? We need to have a talk about it. I'm getting older as we speak, and this isn't helping.
Bidding for his 10th consecutive appearance at the CrossFit Games. The last time the CrossFit Games did not feature BKG was 2013.
That was like pre-internet. Not quite, but just to
it
give you
was pre a lot of things.
It was pre a lot of color TV was not a thing.
Pavigym provides the highest quality flooring to help gym owners and garage gyms alike. You can scan that QR code on the screen or visit pavigym.com to learn more. And if you're a CrossFit affiliate owner, check out Pavigym's offer in the Affiliate Partner Network to save up to 50% off your new gym floor today. Moritz Fiebig resetting here, BKG as well, for 2 minutes until we approach 8 snatches at 185 pounds, and then the sprint for time of another 800 meters.
3:07 by Helsinghoff is the fastest time so far here.
And by the way, Bronislaw Olenkowicz knew the field. He wins the test at that 295.
We're gonna have to ask him at some point if he was looking at the warm-up area and kind of looking at notes.
Away we go. These have to be unbroken unless you are Usain Bolt.
Jonnekoski moving very, very fast.
And also notice Jonnekoski with black kinetic tape, top of your screen on his shoulder. He is one of the first to the runners, he and Fiebig. Remember, yesterday Jonnekoski was feeling at his pec during the ring muscle-ups in test 2, the test he won. First time we've seen him compete without a shirt on, so it's interesting as far as a revelation goes in the rest and recovery area.
So Lazar Dukic was the last one onto the runner. Now we know that he runs very well. There's no doubt about it. But if you look at Jonnekoski, who was just on your screen there a second ago, he is a very comfortable runner. Also, Fiebig was looking very comfortable on the runner as well.
Varying running styles as you stare down the line. Varying stride lengths.
I mean, we were talking about a little bit earlier that you want to minimize the length of your stride. If you look at Jonnekoski, his stride is very, very long. That being said, he did get the assault runner up to the pace that he wanted it, and then kept on going.
I don't know if part of this is stature, but Colin Bossard looks like he is running after the Roadrunner.
Well, I would have loved for Colin to put his foot down just a little bit further up and then tilt forward just a little bit. I think that would give him some more, that would give him a lot more speed.
400 meters left for Jelle Hoste, in a qualifying position coming in and needing to hang on to it desperately. 11 points clear of the cut line.
Jelle's doing a great job.
3:07.63, that's from back in heat 4, still the time to beat. If we ended the competition right now, Jelle would be one of 2 rookies to qualify on the men's side.
Oh, that's the spirit, Jelle. You can see he's just picking up pace just a little bit now.
Mad, you figure this falls into his wheelhouse. This is a long-legged guy's workout.
Well, it sure is. And I mean, oh, now he's struggling. Now he's struggling. But smart, really smart move, checking with his judge what side you want me to get off on.
There he is, off early. He might beat Pat Vellner.
Oh.
That could be the best job anybody's done in any semifinal.
Wow. Who's going to join him and where are they going to join him? 3:07 now. Uldis Upinix. Moritz Fiebig. Lazar Dukic did some catching up, and here's Jonnekoski.
Patrick Vellner finished in 2:56.39 last week. That was the best score across any of the semifinals. Still waiting for the official time on what Jelle Hoste just did, looking to cement his first ever ticket to the NOBULL CrossFit Games, and it's 2:56.25. He beats Pat Vellner by about 1/10 of a second.
Wow. So here's the transition after the barbells onto the runner. We're seeing that Koski and Fiebig are the first ones, but Jelle is in third. And then after that, Jelle just went really, really, really fast. Good long stride. I love the way he checked with his coach right before he got off, which side you want me to get off on, and then kept on going, pushing the pace, finishing off, beating Vellner. That is amazing, Jelle. That is exactly what you want to do.
Every year, there is somebody that you didn't see coming. And Jelle Hoste had never competed in a semifinal. His worldwide ranking is 378. And through 2 days, he's in a qualifying position. He's with Lauren.
Thanks, guys. Jelle, your debut semi-final, and you're pulling off performances like that to the roar of the crowd. How special is this moment for you?
Very special, especially all the people that that came all the way from Belgium. I heard them in the back, and it's crazy. Cannot put it into words.
In BKG, we've gone from a debut semi-finalist to someone who's done this many times before. You had a mountain to climb today coming into event 4. I mean, what was going through your head when you come into that in 16th?
Yeah, like event 2 and 3, I kind of knew it would be something that I needed to damage control. Well, first of all, I'm pretty proud of myself for, keeping my head in the fucking game, because I ain't leaving.
Hey.
It's not unusual for you to build through competition. We've seen it before. We know you can do it. That mindset to keep going, where does that come from?
It comes from the water in Iceland, I think. No, I have no idea. I mean, I was just brought up like this. I'm a hard worker and I fucking love this, so it's fun.
We love having you. Great job, guys. Great job.
Well, BKG started the Jordan Belfort quote, so I'll finish it. The show goes on. He's looking for his 10th consecutive trip to the CrossFit Games.
I love it. He's just so cool about it. It's damage control, but yeah, not going away.
This was test 4. BKG comes in just behind Branislav Alenkovic. With that 295, it turns out it was good enough to hold up, and then the slew of 280s that followed. Luis Cuellar from one of the earlier heats. And then a new best across all of the semifinals. Jelle Hoste wins by 11 seconds against this field. Victor Helsinghoff, a critical 97 points in second. The women are coming up next to close out our competition on day 2 for the individuals at the Europe Semifinal.
CrossFit is long-lasting. It's the best way to get healthy and fit. It'll also be the best way to produce the most well-rounded athlete, the most athletic, well-rounded athlete that you can be. Like, it'll bring out the best physical version of yourself. And that's what I love about it, and that's why I compete, and that's why I own the gym. Seeing what you're physically capable of, I think, is something that I've always wanted to push that limit and push that boundary, and CrossFit gave me the ability to do that.
I was diagnosed with breast cancer the night before the Open started last year. So last year's Open was very emotional for me as well. So going through the year that I had had, to be so grateful, to see how far I had come, and to be surrounded by people who love me, and to know that I'm not where I was, but I'm on my way back. Last year at this time was so daunting. I didn't really know what my fate was.
Been dealing with some issues in terms of some untreated PTS, post-traumatic stress, and some other. I suffered from major depression. I was hospitalized when I admitted to a coworker of mine that I was suicidal, and my colleague had told me, that I needed help, and I self-admitted into a psychiatric facility for 10 days. I'd been diagnosed with major depression, with alcoholism. It really was to the point where I had given so much of myself to my work and everything else that I'd let myself suffer. I walked in one day and that was the hardest thing I think I'd done, was actually walking through the door. I remember my first day there, sitting in the back and didn't say a word, and just kind of looked around and took it all in, and it was frightening and you know, frightening and motivating and thrilling at the same time. CrossFit allows me to clear the cobwebs out of my head when it starts to get dark and things. You know, it's always there, it just doesn't go away. CrossFit allows me to come in, work hard, suffer a little bit, and realize that it'll pass. You know, that 22-minute WOD is going to be hard, but at minute 23 it's going to be over, and it's just kind of like life. You know, like there's going to be dark days, but that storm passes. For me, it's been a huge help, and it's really kept me regulated, and you know, definitely know the difference when I don't go.
Yep, I'm done with my treatment. I'm definitely not the same person that I was. I don't know if I ever will be physically, and I've accepted that, and I'm okay with that. I work every day at that, but I'm much better now than I was. And every week is better, every month is better, and if this is as good as it gets, well then I'm pretty lucky.
And we're off for our individual women here. Test number 4, powered by Foodspring. Our athletes are going to be starting off with an 800-meter assault air runner run. And then they have a max snatch time cap of 6 minutes. Then they have a little breather of 2 minutes rest before they enter into test number 5, which consists of 8 snatches at 125 pounds, 56.5 kilos, and another sprint to finish it all off of 800 meters on the assault air runner.
I'm looking at these opening weights. I think 165. I've got a couple athletes that'll be opening up. That's 165. Zakowski is one of them over on platform number 6. Spano will also be doing 165 for their opener. Got a variety here. Everything from 125, Magliotti. Platform number 1. Trepner will be opening up at 155. Some judges' hands are in the air, like we were talking about before. Each of those fingers represents 100 meters as they count them down. Before they begin those snatches, things are going to be getting heavy here. If you're just joining us, this is heat number 1, individual tests 4 and 5. Joe gave us a breakdown of what you're looking at. Keep in mind, back-to-back tests right here. Lots of points on the board as they look to close out day number 2 for the individual competition strong.
Absolutely, and as you can see, this first part of the workout, they are pacing it a bit because as soon as they get off of that air runner, they have to look for that maximum snatch. So that is a max effort at the heaviest weight they can put on the old road barbells. And what is it going to be? It looks like the opening weight so far, 165 kilos. That is 74.8 kilos, 165 pounds.
I'm excited for it. I know the crowd is too. I'm on the edge of my seat right here. I'm on the edge for these snatches.
You gotta love a heavy barbell. You gotta love a heavy barbell. As we can see, double digits, triple digits in the air, meaning less than 300 and 200 meters. Kiki, let's see who is gonna be the first athlete to finish their run.
Let's. All right, we've got some athletes coming into the home stretch there. Looks like platform number 4, Marie Robin, may be the first athlete off the assault runner. But like we were talking about with the fellas, this run, obviously you got to complete it, but you're not trying to burn yourself out on this. It's all about the weight with that barbell. You're looking to go heavy here, not run fast on this particular test. Here we go.
All right, it looks like Marie Robin, straight up to the barbell, not even taking a breather, pretty much power snatch in that 145.
Solberg out of CrossFit Oslo, going for 155 in the purple pants. And it's good at 155.
Susie Trepner also looking at 155 on her barbell.
Less than 2 minutes.
165 successful lift for Marie Robin in the red. You're looking at 74.8 kilos already in the sky.
Margot Massé approaching 155. Wagner with 160. She gets a thumbs up from her judge. 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Spanu also a successful 165. And Andreas Solberg, 160. Now our athletes are starting to step it up. As I can see over here, lane number 4 in the white and red, coming out of France, Marie Robin, 190 pounds on the barbell.
1 minute.
And a successful lift, 86.1 kilos. 170, Susie Tebner.
Looks like somebody's going to be bumping up to 200 on platform number 4. Marie Robin, athletes, you have 30 seconds.
All right, she sets it up. Allez, 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 la France, allez, la France! Yeah! Marie Robin, 200 pounds, 90.7 kilos, and she wants more.
Athletes, you have 10 seconds. Wagner going for 175. 3, 2, 1, time.
So a shout out to Marie Romana. 200 pounds successful lift, 90.7 kilos already. And it is only heat number 1 of the women. Now we move over to test number 5. They will be snatching for 8 repetitions at 125 pounds, and then an 800-meter sprint on the assault air runner.
One minute. Seconds.
8 snatches, 125, 800-meter sprint to finish it off at test number 5, powered by Food Spring.
Ten seconds. Stand by.
Berlin getting our dance, getting our groove on as we can see our athletes repping it out there for their 8 snatches. Test number 5 on the floor.
Here we go, Marie in platform number 4. Marie Robin running, but look at the pace lane number 5 has got going on. Andrea Solberg. Andrea had a sprint to start. We'll see if she can maintain that pace. Her legs are moving quickly, but her first opening speed definitely shot out ahead, if I had to take a guess, over Marie Robin.
We have seen her having a great competition so far. Coming out of CrossFit Oslo, really pushing it. Like you say there, Kiki, it does look like she is one of the fastest out on the field. But watch out, because also in lane number 8, I can see Margot Marseille, the French athlete, looks like she is striding hard.
Five is running. Solberg trying to take this heat. If you're just joining us, this is heat 1. Test number 5 now is underway. Another opportunity to grab some points. There we go, judges, hand in the air. Lane number 5, Solberg, and then lane number 8, Massey.
So your top 2, we can see Andrea Solberg in the black and the purple. Lane 5 is absolutely crushing those meters. But the French athlete Margot Marseille in the blue in lane number 8, also less than 400 meters. We have a battle on our hands.
.300 meters for Solberg.
They are very close because also less than 300 meters here for Margot. Pretty much 1 or 2 seconds in between these two athletes.
Marseille and Solberg. I don't know, Solberg looks like she's starting to get faster again. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. 200 meters remain. Solberg seems to be the clear front runner. She is going.
I tell you what, that is Eye of the Tiger if I've ever seen it. Less than 200 meters.
CrossFit Oslo about ready to get behind their athlete. Solberg has 100 meters to go, you guys. She is running her heart out here. Dude, she's going. She is going. I love it.
This is what we want to see. You got to push it if you want it. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Andrea Solberg, CrossFit Oslo.
And that's what giving it your all looks like. Her legs didn't even want to work there on those last few steps.
And we have Margot Marseille, lane number 8. Vanessa Verona in lane number 7. Over here, lane number 9, Valentina Magalotti. Lane number 4, Marie Roman, that we saw had the highest snatch, 200 pounds, 90.7 kilos.
Less than 2 minutes remain.
And making their way through over there, lane number 1, we can see Susie Trepner and Matilda Spano. And lane number 2, Kay Wagner. Now Berlin, we need your help. 90 seconds left. Let's make some noise here. Lane number 6, Paula Sikorski, pushing it away. It ain't over until every single athlete is going through it. This is what it is, the community. This is CrossFit.
Athletes, you have 1 minute. Zakowski trying to bring it home and get it done underneath that time cap. There you go, Berlin. Coming into the home stretch, lane number 6, Paula Zakowski. Heat 1 is done. Solberg with an unofficial time of 3:27. Nice job. She will take this heat. 10 seconds. Stand by.
And welcome to test number 4, presented to you by Foodspring. Our athletes for load are going to be starting off with an 800-meter run on the Assault Air Runner, and then a maximum snatch inside a time cap of 6 minutes. Then they have a little breather, a little rest to get back into it of 2 minutes. Then we move over to test number 5, which consists of 8 snatches at 125 pounds. That is 56.5 kilos. And another 800-meter sprint to end it all off on the Assault Air Runner. And Zach Wild started to bring on the classics to get these girls in the beat. I can see a smile over here. It looks like Burke likes the music that she is hearing. We've seen it throughout the workouts and throughout this test that this first section, our athletes do pace themselves. Let's not forget, as soon as they finish with that Assault Air Runner, they're going to be going for a max effort, a maximum load on an Olympic lift, that is the snatch. So they have to save a little bit of energy if they want to get that barbell high and in the sky.
And by a little, he means a lot. We saw a big number go up. What was it, 200? Correct me if I'm wrong. I love it. Let's get it, ladies. It looks like we've got 175 opening up on one of those back platforms. Let me see who that is. Jasmine Van Arnheim. Van Arnhem is going to be opening at 175. Same story for platform number 2, Lucy McGonigal.
And let's not forget, Kiki, Lucy McGonigal is one of the youngest athletes out on the competition floor, and already with the highest opener. But we have said it before, is it starting off strong? Will we see more than 200 pounds as we have the top European athletes out on the floor here for the semi-finals, and they are in pursuit of a place in the NOBULL CrossFit Games.
The most we've seen, 215 went up by Hannah Black at a previous semifinal. So that is the record across the board for the semifinals. Let's see what happens here in Europe. I'm here for it.
And obviously for over here in Europe, 215 pounds, Kiki, is 97.5 kilos. So what that means is shy of 100 kilos already. And here we can see that Jasmine Van Arnhem, Laura Clermont is going to be starting off 135 pounds on the bar.
All right, here we go. Grainer on platform 7, going to be opening up at 170. Geraldine good at 160. Medi good at 170.
Vasic easy 165.
Burke going for 170 on platform 10. It's a no rep.
Arnhem 175.
Angelica getting 160.
And here we can see Lucy McGonigal stepping up 175 pounds. And she gets it clean.
Effie Burke going for 175 on platform 10. Oh, close. 180 on platform 7. Good rep, looked solid. Athletes, you have 1 minute.
175, Christina Vasic. And Berlin, have a look here. Lane number 2, Lucy McGonigal, 185.
Burt good with 175, 185, McGonigal. Angelica good at 175. Platform 7, Betty's going for 190 in the green top. And she's good at 190.
And I tell you what, Kiki, it looks like we've got another attempt happening here.
15 seconds.
Lucy McGonigal, 195. Berlin, I want to hear you. Let's get some noise.
10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time. All right, these athletes will move in from test number 4 into test number 5. The time to beat so far is 3:27, set by Solberg.
So far, the record is 200 pounds lifted successfully from Marie Robin. Mehdi Grenaron came very close there, as I can see, 190. Looks like the French athletes are throwing down some poundage out here on the competition floor.
1 minute.
So now we move over to 8 snatches at 125 pounds, and then a final sprint of 800 meters out here on the Assault Air Runner, test number 5, powered by Food Spring.
"30 seconds. "10 seconds. Stand by.
And they start off 8 snatches at 56.5 kilos, 185 pounds. As we can see, our athletes already starting to go. Touch and go all the way. And then it is a sprint to the finish, 800 meters on the Assault Air Runner. Who is going to be that first athlete? Who is it going to be? All right, lane number 1. Christina Vasic is the first athlete to hit the run.
Again, that time to beat 3:27.
You can see there in lane number 3, Van Arhem hitting that Assault Runner high, getting the stride. Really, that is going to start to hit up some of the meters, as she looks like the strongest runner out there at the moment. But also lane number 4 starting to dig in, Laurie Clement.
Clement with a quick pace. You can see side by side, though. Lane number 3 looks like she's got her feet going a little faster, but hitting that Assault Runner a little higher, a little longer stride there. We'll see how it goes. Also, you got to maintain it. You know what I mean? That's half the battle. Or the whole thing, actually.
You got to keep it up. You got to keep it up. But there is a hand, lane number 3, and also over there, in lane number 7. Meti Greneron. Every single one of those fingers in the judge's hands means 100 meters. So as soon as those digits start to disappear, you know that our athletes are getting closer and closer to the end of test number 5.
Greneron trying to catch our leader over lane number 3. Van Arman with the purple shorts, gray sports bra, with 400 meters remaining. Same story for Greneron in lane number 7.
Yeah, they are definitely neck and neck there, Kiki, as we can see in the green and in that lane number 3. Very, very close in between them. But we saw this before, Andrea Solberg. This was the moment where she went all in and started sprinting.
There we go at that 200-meter marker. Lane number 3, Jasmine Van Arent is leading. Van Arnhem, lane number 3 with 200 meters remaining. Can she be caught?
Also, lane number 10 has less than 200 meters. Aoife Berg stepping up the pace. We got single digits. It looks like we have single digits out there on the floor. Lanes number 3, lanes number 7. Who's it gonna be? Lane number 1. Also Christina Rassig. Watch out, Berlin. It's gonna be close.
Vassig picking up the pace.
Lane number 7, Meti Greneron. Number 3. You can see right now him at number 1, Christina Vassig. Those top 3 athletes. Sub 4 minutes we saw out there. Evie Hollis, lane number 5, coming across the line. Number 10, Aoife Berg making her way through. Lane number 4, Lori Clement, and a sprint battle here. Lane number 9 and lane number 8, Jasmine Giraldi, Iselina Blogeland. And the final athlete, a big round of applause, lane number 6, Angelica Bengston.
Big round of applause for Heat 2. 10 seconds. Stand by.
And we're off with test number 4, powered by FoodSpring. This is a test for load. They will start off with an 800-meter run on the Assault Air Runner. And then they will move over for a max snatch. All of that has to be performed inside the 6-minute time cap. They have a 2-minute rest and then move straight over into test number 5, while they will perform 8 snatches at 125 pounds and then another 800-meter sprint on the Assault Air Runner. Oh, we got dancers on the dance floor here. Kiki, you liking the music there?
Hey, the dancers are right here. Sarah Sigmund's daughter said it yesterday. She's like, it feels good to be back on the dance floor. These athletes finding their rhythm here on this run. The Assault Runner Pro going down, like you said. 800-meter run. We've seen it before. We're seeing it here. And we're going to see it one more time. These athletes getting their fitness tested here at the 2023 European Semifinal. It's a good time, my friend. Hand is in the air for lane number 9. Same story for lane number 2.
Number 2, Nicole here. And we can see also hands in the air over here as we have Sana Venelailen in lane number 9. And now let's have a little look-see over here at the weights, Kiki. As I can see, Linda Caseman is starting off at 175 pounds. Over here in Europe, that's 79.3 kilos. That's a good weight to start your competition out at.
And we've got 2 athletes, it looks like, that are open up at 175. Platforms 3 and 7. Karatala and Caseman.
Got a 165 over here. Sorry, Kiki. Sorry, Alicia. Looks like the hands are in the air and we're going on that Assault Runner. All right, Berlin, now we can start to hear the rhythm and hear the rhyme. Zach Wild bringing the tunes and the vibes to the house. Let's give these athletes a little bit of noise.
Woo! Jude with 100 meters remaining. Same story for platform number 2, lane number 2, Nicole Hare. I'm excited to see where these lifts go. They're about ready to get after it here.
Then a line and lane number 9 just about to finish. It comes off, and also over there, it looks like lane number 2, Nicole here, making her way to her barbell.
Sylvia Garcia going for 150.
Successful 145 over there for Nicole here. 150 up and away for Sylvia Garcia.
Caseman getting 175. Moya getting 160.
Caseman already 175 in the sky. 145, Jeromina Aguero there.
165 for Sarah Alicia. Looks like Caseman's going to be going for 185 on platform number 7. Moya good at 175. Here goes Caseman at 185. Oh, you close. Athletes, you have 1 minute.
I got 170 over here for Holger. Up and away, 165, Nicole here as well.
Platform 7, 185. Linda Caseman is good at 185.
Karatala is good at 180.
Athletes, you have 30 seconds. Oceania Moya going for 190. White sports bra, black pants. 20 seconds.
Karatala, 190, just misses it out.
10 seconds.
Berlin, let's get behind them.
3, 2, 1, time. I think we had a couple of 190s. I believe Moya got 190. Kaysen might have as well.
190 pounds, 86.1 kilos. As it still looks like kicking that 200 from Iroman in those first heats is the heaviest lift so far, 90.7 kilos.
All right, so like you said, Marie Robin will keep the lead at 200 pounds. And then now test 5, Solberg still has that leading time of 3:27, 1 minute.
So now test number 5, they're going to be performing 8 snatches at 125 pounds and then going for a final sprint of 800 meters over here on the Assault Air Runner.
Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Stand by.
As they move towards that 125-pound barbell, 8 repetitions is what they have to get through before they sprinted along on the Assault Air Runner for a final 800 meters.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Lane number 5, Moya. They're slightly ahead of Sarah Alicia.
Yes, the 2 Spanish athletes in the blue, lane number 10, Sarah Alicia. But your leader on to the Assault Runner, lane number 5, Oceania Moya, training coach here.
We're looking at those legs. Lane number 4, Jeude, seems to have a quick pace. Lane number 2, Nicole Hare as well. If I was placing a bet, I'm thinking lane number 2 has a little bit of a quicker speed.
There we can see lane number 7 also. Linda Caseman moving along. Lane number 6 with the color, Silvia Garcia.
Moya seems to have picked it up as well in lane number 5.
So it is Oceania Moya, lane number 5. And we can see Silvia Garcia, the 2 Spaniards in the center of the competition area. Both of these athletes are known for their engine, But you have got to go to that dart pace if you want to beat that time from Andrea Solberg.
Two minutes in. Yeah.
Also, Kiki, have a look at lane number 2. She's starting to stride higher on that air runner, as it looks like she's got less than 400 meters to go. Let's see who loses a digit first. Each one of those fingers, 100 meters.
3:27 is the time to beat. Let's go ahead and give it a boost, Berlin. Make some noise. There we go. These athletes coming into the last 200 meters. Lane number 6, Sylvia Garcia. Lane number 2, Nicole Ayer.
Now we can see the look on their faces. You can see the pain. They know they're close. They know they're close. You gotta go now.
You're willing to see clearly, like you said, on their face, who's willing to go to that painful place. Lane number 5 and lane number 6 might now be leading Moya and Sylvia.
Who is it going to be the first athlete to come off? Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Linda Caseman! Oceania Moya, Sylvia Garcia Izquierdo, your top 3.
It's a good thing I'm not a betting woman. Here comes lane number 2, Nicole Ayer.
And here we can see lane number 4, Jeromina Gerode, Elena Carratala, and Francisca Hoga. Lane number 9, Sana Venalainen. Lane number 8, Martina Krysiak. And make some noise, Sara Alicia!
Berlin, Germany is the host site of the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Semifinals. 10 teams, 11 men and 11 women will advance from here in Berlin to Madison, Wisconsin in the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Earlier this morning, we had test 3 for the women. It was Linda, semifinals edition, 10 down to 1 of the deadlift, dumbbell bench press, and squat clean mads, and a chance for these athletes to really go out there and play with some weight and the barbell.
Well, a different kind of setup than the last time we saw Linda, and I think it was a bit of a treat for a lot of these athletes. They did do really, really well, though. I mean, we saw some epic, epic fights going on. They all started out on the barbell, pretty much evenly distributed as we saw them to start with. Nobody really did anything. A little bit later on to the dumbbells. Challenging weight for the ladies, but they did it really, really well. And then after that, it was onto the squat cleans, and we saw a bunch of different squat clean techniques. One of the ones who did really well in the squat cleans, there was Annie Thorisdottir with a slightly shorter range of motion than a lot. But if you're strong, guess what? You get away with it. And Annie did really, really well, and I think the technique suited her awesomely.
Annie Thorisdottir and Gabby Magala, neck and neck down to the finish. And it was that little lunge for Gabby Magala that was enough at the end. Jennifer Murr comes in with a 3rd place finish. Magala and Thorisdottir in 1st and 2nd, still fighting atop the leaderboard. Annie Thorisdottir and Gabby Magala in 1st and 2nd. Reverse order in the overall standings, 2-point difference. Emma Toll was your leader at the beginning of the day. She is still in a podium position. Again, top 11 advance, so Ella Wunger is in position for what would be her rookie appearance at the CrossFit Games.
That'd be really, really great. I love seeing Ella out here. She's been doing a lot of the right things over the last 8 months, and it's starting to pay off.
5 of the top 11 did not compete at the CrossFit Games a year ago. This is now women's test 4 and 5, heat 4 inside Max Schmeling Hall. Half of the women have competed, half still to go. With Lauren Smith down on the floor, Mads Jacobson. My name is Joel Gadet, the rest of our crew. We have snatching and we have running in 2 different varieties.
We do so. So within 6 minutes, it's 800 meters on the assault runner. The rest of the time, establish the heaviest snatch you possibly can. Onto a 2-minute rest before we move on to within 6 minutes, or with a deadline of or a cap of 6 minutes, 8 snatches, and 800-meter sprint on the air run.
Sola Seguridottir in lane 9 was a Games athlete a year ago, trying to make her way back to Madison. In lane 4, it's Verena Evelyn Reimers, who's trying to make her debut trip to Madison. Began CrossFit here in Berlin. Now trains out of Oslo.
Well, she's in 18th place and still within striking distance. So going out here and getting a good performance is definitely going to help those aspirations.
And we're joined over the duration of the next couple of heats by the 16th place finisher at the 2022 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Lucy Campbell is up here with us. Lucy, good to see you.
Thanks for having me on.
What's it like for you? I know you would much rather be down on the floor competing, but to be back at competition and in this environment and having an event of this magnitude here on European soil.
Yeah, for sure, it's really good. Like, first and foremost, will always be a fan of CrossFit. Like, my palms are sweating just watching this. But, obviously I'd rather be down there. It's just a nice opportunity to be able to try stuff like this as well, though, because I absolutely wouldn't be doing this if I was competing.
How is your health, by the way? Recovery-wise, where are you at in your road to getting back out on the competition floor?
Not quite where I would want to be, if I'm completely honest. It seems to be a very complex fracture and a really uncommon bone to fracture as well, especially in CrossFit. So we're having a little bit more difficulty than I would like, kind of trying to fix or trying to work out how to fix it. But yeah, I'm just trying to stay patient and work on my leg strength.
Well, on the screen right now, we have Taylor Howe. Taylor Howe, one of these athletes who we always refer to as a powerhouse, being super, super strong. What we know is that Taylor has been working on her aerobic capacity, and it's going to be interesting to see her display that now. I mean, this is the perfect place. Something you've been working on, coupled with something that you're traditionally great at.
Taylor Howe, one of those young ladies competing on the UK CrossFit circuit as well. Of course, Lucy, you hail from the UK. I would say give us the gauge on the growth of the sport in the UK, but you've already had a champion come from the island with Sam Briggs back in 2013. But where is UK CrossFit at in your eyes as one of the top competitors?
I definitely think it's growing. You know, we've got a lot of athletes that are kind of on the bubble and that have been kind of there or thereabouts for a while. So Taylor being one of them, Amy Kringle being another. We've obviously got Jen Muir just coming in now. And so I think like in the next few years, I'm really hopeful that we'll start to see more British representation at the games because, you know, it's nice to have friends there.
Well, obviously, we would like for you to get back there again. You said that the fracture was a little bit more complicated than you anticipated, and also that recovery was taking longer than you were hoping for. Should we expect to see you out here on the floor next year, or are you just kind of taking it day by day and seeing where everything goes?
Very much taking it day by day at this point. Like, I think if I'd had a surgery and I felt like I was like coming back into training, testing the wrist out a little bit, I would be saying different. I think I'd be very hopeful to be here next year. At this point in time, it's absolutely take it day by day and see how it goes and hope that by doing that, I'll be here next year.
I mean, that also means that one day you could wake up and everything's fine. And my fingers are crossed for that. I would love to see that.
Sometimes I dream that will be the case.
I would not mind if you woke up and you're perfectly okay again tomorrow.
The fastest 800-meter run in Test 5 is 3:27. That's Andrea Solberg. And how about the fact that Maribel Gallardo just got off on the lighter of the two runs in about 3:27. So keep an eye on that as we head to Test 5. But Gallardo is the first woman that will have an opportunity to approach the barbell. No, she's going to get beat there. Seguradottir quickly onto the bar and up at 165 pounds.
And I mean, we've talked about it a little bit before, and Lucy, I'd love to hear what you think. But I mean, the first run really not that important. More important to be able to get off the run and feel like you're in a good place for the lift, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's about kind of playing that smart game where you kind of feel like you want to go a little bit harder, and especially with the adrenaline rush and stuff like that, when you first get on the runner, it's really easy to just go a little bit too fast.
Yep.
But this is where we'll see the people that have done that,
yep.
Especially in the first lifts.
It looks great for Taylor Howe at 175 pounds. Marie Robin put up 200 still in the first heat. That is the number to beat.
That is pretty impressive, 90 kilos.
Lucy, how much are you training directly like this? Some sort of monostructural movement to take your breath into a heavy lift?
To be honest, I think it would be rare. Like, you tend to put in that kind of workout as it gets close to these kind of events. Especially for me, like, I need to work on those big numbers. I know that I can work those lifts under fatigue, so I think it's all about the timing coming into these events. That's where we'll start to see people test their lifting out in that kind of scenario.
Jump to 185 for Taylor Howe. That is good.
Nice.
Vidison just hit at 185 in the background. Seguradottir has 190 on to approach here. Sola was at the games last year. Wants to get back, has some climbing to do, and it starts there.
Solveig Seguradottir, that is amazing. And she's still got time for another lift if she wants to really stress it.
That puts her in second place at the moment and 97 points, but still 2 more heats to go. Howe is going to try to match it. The bar just has to move prior to 6 minutes. 195 for Vidison in the background. Howe is good. Vidison missed behind. That good make for Taylor Howe. Critical.
Sola just casually strolled off. I thought she was going to go for the 200, but she just strolled off, started changing her shoes. But let's have a look at the 200-pound lift from Marie Robin in heat number 1.
26-year-old out of Luxembourg.
That is a good lift.
Solid.
That is a good lift.
All the way back in heat 1. And Mads, if you're watching this at home, Lucy, I know you have your L1 certificate, so you can put your coach hat on for us as well. Sit down under that snatch, stabilize yourself, and then stand up, right?
Well, absolutely. But I mean, before that, patience all the way up. So you need to get to full extension and then pop those elbows and then sit down. If you try to sit down too fast, you're going to throw it out ahead of you, and then you're just going to be running to catch it. So, yeah.
Sola and Howe each at 190.
Well, we're waiting. As we're waiting for these athletes, maybe you recognize this athlete right here.
Let's break down the form, Lucy. What do we think?
That was a good jerk. The last lift that I did was terrible. I don't know how I made that lift, but yeah, this event hurt a lot.
Last year at the Lowlands Throwdown, earning your rookie ticket to the CrossFit Games, you came in 5th, had a decent cushion, but the top 5 advanced last year.
Yeah.
What's the nerves like for athletes that are on the cut line and thinking, all right, is this going to be the year I break through?
It is very nerve-wracking. The thing is that when you're in that moment, when you're on the floor, that can't be your thought. Because if that's what you're thinking about, you just put so much more pressure on yourself, and the likelihood is you're feeling it anyway. And if you're thinking about that when you're in this situation, it's just the opposite of what you want to do. You probably then forget your strategy and all that sort of thing, and it just goes, yeah, the complete opposite.
8 reps here for these athletes before they can move on to the 800-meter run. So if you're feeling that pressure, what do you think about that's not that?
There's so much in CrossFit, and it's one of the things that I actually like compared to when I used to swim. You've got your rep scheme, you've got then the race elements, you've got checking your movement standards with your judge and things like that. There's so many other things going on that you kind of can't think about what's ahead of you. And also you can't think about the pain that you're in either.
125 pounds, 56.5 kilos. Not too much of an issue for most of these ladies. On to the run, time to beat 3:27. Set by Andrea Solberg, also back in Heat 1. That has stood the test of 20 other women competitors going since then.
So here on your screen, you have Taylor Howe, and this is where things become different for Taylor and all the other ladies out there as well. The difference being that now she has to push the run. In the other one, the first on event number 4, all she had to do was go out there, set herself up for success, and then go out and execute the lifts. Now, not a heavy lift for her at all, 8 of those, stringing them together, but now she needs to go out and push the pace. A little bit further down on your screen right now, middle of your screen, you've got Rebecca Wittesson. And if you look at the pace and the cadence of her step, it's a whole different animal. And here's another athlete who really knows how to run. Solveig Sigurdardottir.
Sola made her rookie debut at the CrossFit Games, Lucy, like you last year, as an individual. She'd been there on a team twice before. Whole mindset game for Sola. Didn't always think of herself as an individual. When she qualified last year, it was a little bit of a shock. And for her, training this offseason has been a different type of environment. She's been working on the training plan under Jami Tikkanen, training with Annie Thorstadter and Björgvin Karl Gudmundsson. I said, how many times do you beat them? And she says, Annie would rather die than lose to me in a training session. Probably haven't beaten her more than once, but you have to remind yourself, I'm going up every day against the best in the world.
Yeah.
Trigger that same mindset now as she tries to claw out of a deep early hole.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it means the world to have that kind of sparring on an everyday basis. We've seen it from so many athletes in the past as well. It just adds a whole new element to your training, not necessarily intensity, but just attitude towards the work that you need to do on an everyday basis. And that's what sets you up for success. So Rebecca Wittesson, right here in your screen, in the middle of your screen. Look at her stride. So she's still fairly relaxed, fairly tilted forward, and has a longer stride, which means the cadence doesn't have to be quite as fast, but she's putting down her feet a little bit further down on the runner, which gives the runner a little bit of momentum that she can then feed into.
Yeah, definitely. And this is one of the big things as well about the difference between assault running and road running, because that forward lean and that really far forward foot strike, that is massive on an assault runner. And for someone that would be good on the road, that's maybe where they kind of struggle, because you would strike underneath where your body is on a road run, whereas here, the further forward you can get that foot, the better.
And Fittest comes off in 3:21 unofficially. That will be the new time to beat. Solberg was done in 3:27. She is still in second. Here comes Sigurdardottir. She finishes in third right now. We'll see how this all shakes out as scores continue to fly in. We do have 2 more heats to count. Lucy, do you know the number to beat in the back of your mind, and are you watching the clock saying, all right, that time is coming, I've got to push the pedal if I'm going to beat it here?
To be honest, I think it can help a little bit, but at the end of the day, if you're sort of let's say you've got 10 seconds to go to that time, you can sprint then, but if you're not close to that point, it helps with your effort, but it might still be that you kind of just miss out. It's like you've got to push a pace from the offset, and then if you happen to beat it, it's kind of, for me personally, I don't like staring at the time when I'm running. I just want to go, and I want to make it hurt.
Rebecca Vidison is your new leader by 12 seconds. Officially over Sola Segura-daughter.
And Rebecca did such a great job. I mean, you see her now coming off of the barbell. She was one of the first athletes onto the runner. Not necessarily the same as being the first one off there, but in this case, what she did was she got on, found her stride, long strides, keeping her chest forward just a little bit, allowing herself to breathe, and absolutely crushed the time that Andreas Solberg had set up, which I thought was a good time to start with. But nope, Rebecca Vidison had different plans.
That is a woman recovering from ACL tears in both knees at one point or another in her life. 2 brand new legs, and at 29 years of age, she picks up a heat win at the Europe Semifinals. Lucy Campbell's going to stick around. We have another heat still to come. Heat 5 in Test 4 and 5 for the women at the Europe Semifinal of the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Semifinals. Penultimate heat of tests 4 and 5 here at the Europe Semifinal. Max Schmeling Hall in Berlin, Germany. It is the road to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin. 20 more women left to complete these 2 tests. Trying to chase down Annie Thorisdottir at this point. The 2-time fittest woman on earth has a 2-point lead over Gabby Magala. Emma Tull was the leader coming into the day. Sarah Sigmundsdottir, former podium finisher right now, is 3 spots out of making her return to the games for the first time since 2020. Tests 4 and 5, Mads, we have some snatching, we have some running.
We do. First, the athletes within 6 minutes, they have to run 800 meters on the assault runner. The remaining time, establish a heavy snatch. 2-minute rest. After that, move on to event number 5, 8 snatches, finishing off with a little bit of a sprint on the assault runner for 800 meters.
That is a 125-pound barbell. on test number 5. Tori Helgadottir, always a staple at the CrossFit Games with some work to do in lane 1. Jacqueline Dahlstrom, the darling last year with the sandbag event. She has some work to do to find herself back into a qualifying spot in lane 8. But Sarah Sigmundsdottir, one of the most famous names in this sport, trying to find her footing again.
Well, she is trying to do so. She's always good for a heavy lift, so I think this is an event that could kind of catapult her back into contention. She's only three positions out right now, and I think, you know, this could be the start of the comeback. Love that t-shirt, by the way.
I was going to say, that face says, and I took it personally.
The one on the t-shirt or Sarah's?
Both. Amy Kringle in 17th place after 3 tests as we welcome in the 16th fittest woman on earth from a year ago, Lucy Campbell. It's another one of your countrywomen, Amy Kringle, in this event. And we make our way to the Assault Air Runner for an 800-meter warm-up before our attempts at a heavy snatch. What do you expect out of Amy Kringle, Lucy, when you watch her go to work here?
Yeah, Amy's very comfortable on the runner, so I think like she won't have a problem with pacing this first part well. I think I'm right in saying that she prefers cleans, but you know, I'm sure she'll give the snatch a good crack as well.
Number to beat on the snatch is still 200 pounds. Matt, it almost looks like everybody's running in sync for a hot second there.
Wouldn't it be cool, though, if they did?
Take an excessive amount of coordination.
There's somebody else who's focused, Camilla Salomonsen-Hellman, just ahead of Sara Sigmundsdottir right now. Same points, but a tiebreaker has decided that Camilla is ahead of Sara Sigmundsdottir. And she likes some heavy lifting as well.
There's Jennifer Muir, who has had an interesting competition. A first, a third, a 57th. She's in the mix, though, Lauren Smith.
She's having the debut of dreams. She's the first Scottish athlete to make it to the semi-finals, but she actually burst onto the international scene in the quarter-finals for us in the UK because she tied 4th in workout 4 with Laura Horvath. She comes into the Berlin, as you said, she wins the first event with a test record, takes 3rd in Linda, and now she's in 10th. So it's actually not out of the realms of possibility that she could walk away with a games ticket in her first ever semi-finals.
And Lauren, she's just 23 years of age. Jennifer Muir said, my goal was just to be here. I accomplished my goal. So now I'm going to go to semifinals, I'm going to enjoy it, and I'm going to see how it goes. Lucy, it's gone pretty well. What do you think when you go to semifinals? The first time you ever went, were you thinking, all right, like goal accomplished, we'll see what happens, or how do you play with your mindsets?
Yeah, I mean, I had a bit of a funny one because my first semi-final was in COVID, so we were online, and it wasn't quite the atmosphere that I would have liked it to be, but, you know, the members at the box did a great job of kind of turning up for me and making it feel like an event regardless, so that was really nice. But I also think, you know, happy athletes are usually successful athletes, and for Jen to have that view of just like, I want to come here and I want to enjoy it, like, I think that's dangerous.
Probably about 30 or 40 seconds before most of these athletes come off the runner. You talked about the support of your community. I'm sure a lot of that is because they're coming out to support Coach Lucy, right? Like, you have an interesting relationship because you are very much not just an athlete, but you are also a very active coach within your community. How does your L1 status, both from an education standpoint, but also from a role in your affiliate, played into your success?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting one because especially this season, like we're starting to see it, we're seeing it go back to basics, right? So with Boz coming in and that shift in programming, the level 1 is becoming more and more relevant in terms of what we're seeing at the elite level. And, you know, whether you like it or not, we have seen that change this year. Like, this set of tests looked completely different to what I did in Lowlands. So I think increasingly it's going to become more and more beneficial to kind of have those qualifications.
How do you feel about the fact that you have that return to basics and that L1 becoming more and more relevant?
Yeah, you know what, it's good because it takes you back to the fundamentals of the sport and what it's based on. So yeah, I think like it'll be interesting to see how it's further implemented in this season, especially.
Good opening lift for Sarah Sigmundsdottir at 165 pounds. 200 is the number to beat. Good for Miller-Korn, 150. Salmonson-Hellman at 155, front of your screen. 180. Got a big jump there for Sarah Sigmundsdottir. Jacqueline Dahlstrom hits at 165.
It is a big jump for Sarah, but at the same time, I think the first one was just something to have in the bank before she starts going for it.
Oh, I know a snatch isn't a powerlifting move, but that was the technique of an absolute lifter for Jennifer Murr. 180 for Sigmundsdottir. Sits down underneath it. Sarah Sigmundsdottir with the crowd behind her for 180.
I'm going to be honest, that was not a textbook lift, but what she did was stay in the bottom, navigate that bar onto the middle of her foot, and then stand it up. I like it.
Jacqueline Dahlstrom put some weight on the bar.
175 for her.
185 now for Emma McQuaid. Sits and waits and is good.
Nice.
Now Turi Helgadottir had a 53rd place finish in test 1 and has started very slowly to climb her way up the leaderboard. Dahlstrom again like it's nothing. We have another 20 seconds for the barbells to move. McQuaid has 195 in the background. Here's Sigmundsdottir. Yes!
185.
McQuaid has never finished lower than second in a semifinal. This is her playground. And Emma McQuaid cannot get 195 up. She's gonna try again. Dahlstrom, yes at 185. McQuaid just missed again in the background. 200 from Heat 1, Mads, is still the number.
But just funny how we're looking at all these athletes who we're expecting big lifts out of, and all the way in the back, Helga Thuri, her 30 just went, no problem. I got 185. Want to watch? So here's Sarah's 185.
There's that moment when you know, Mads, right?
Yep. And as soon as she got her head through, kind of balanced the bar mid-foot and stood it up, she was like, yeah, we're good.
Helgadottir did, I believe, throw up 190 at the end.
I think she got, well, let's check it.
We'll wait for the official
I wouldn't be
final
surprised
results to come through. Here was Helgadottir.
Look at that. Beautiful.
Well, she is a weightlifter. That is her background.
Well, she's a CrossFitter, she's a weightlifter, she's probably a gymnast somewhere down there and a swimmer as well. Why not a triathlete while you're at it? Is there anything this woman can't do?
It's a broad question, Mads.
185 to all of them.
All right, so we've got another reset period here before these athletes jump back out for 8 snatches at 125 and then the 800-meter run. Lucy, let's go back inside the affiliate. Let's say this is the workout of the day on a Tuesday morning. How are you coaching us up?
Firstly, make sure that they've got their heart rate up at some point before they hit these runs. Even though that first run is like I'll say warm-up, it's still a fairly fast-paced warm-up. But if you've not really got your heart rate up, you don't want to be hitting that second run that hard. And that's the thing, like, that feeling when you haven't done that, you haven't raised your heart rate, and then you go hard. Oh my God, it's horrendous.
That is not a nice experience.
So yeah, hitting that first, heart rate up, and then warm up that overhead position. Make sure they're comfortable in the bottom position of the snatch so then they can lift nice and heavy.
Last year's 16th fittest woman on earth, L1 certified coach Lucy Campbell joining us in the booth as we embark on test 5 here in heat 5. Amy Kringle was first off, and to the assault air runner we go.
Wow. Okay, so Amy Kringle, you said it, Lucy, she was going to be comfortable with the run, but this is impressive. If she can maintain this speed, I think we may be looking at something close to a new record, because that stride and then just the way that she's driving into every single step is impressive.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. You look at both of them, Jen and Amy. Long strides. Obviously, we've seen that Jen is comfortable on the runner as well. And I know that this is one that she, again, like, wants to hit really hard. So I think it'll be close between both of them. And the fact that they're side by side as well will just, you know, drive them on even harder.
Sarah Sigmundsdottir trying to climb her way back to the games. Mads, it's been an interesting road for Sarah Sigmundsdottir. Withdrew in 2018, struggled finishing 19th in 2019, 21st in 2020, and then the ACL injury cut short her 2021. Just missed at the Lowlands. Finished a spot behind Lucy Campbell in trying to qualify again in 2022. So if she can make it this weekend, it would be her return trip to the games in person for the first time since 2019, and it has been a long, hard road for her.
It has, but I mean, it's exactly what she needs to come out here on the floor, experience this again. It'll be amazing. It would be amazing if we could get her back to the games, but I think next season may be her season, even more than this season, to be honest.
A couple times on top of that, or on that podium, I should say, for Sigmundsdottir, as Kringle is fighting for what would be her debut appearance at the CrossFit Games.
Look at that judge's hand, 300 meters left, which means she's holding on to that pace she's set to start with. That is crazy.
3:22 is the time to beat.
I was impressed with Amy to start with, but it's something else now. It takes something. It's a different headspace to be in to push this hard.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Amy's got an athletics background. I think she used to do long jump or something like that.
That's correct.
So, you know, obviously very different kind of time domains, and like long jump is a lot more powerful, but like stuff like that, they'll train running, right, for a fast run up in long jump. So we'll see how that benefits here.
She's gonna smash the time to beat inside 100 meters with 3:22 as that time lingering.
She still looks strong as well.
Yes.
The former 7th most fit university student in the world, putting it on display at the semifinal level. New time to beat, 3:11 unofficially. An 11-second difference for Amy Kringle.
Wow. And these other ladies are not slow. Let's just be honest about that.
Oh, this is huge for Jennifer Muir. She's done in 3:26. That's good for third place. And here comes Sigmundsdottir, who is beat in lane 5 by a foot slide from McQuaid.
Oh, here's Jacqueline Dahlström and Korn Müller as well, or Müller-Korn as well. Alien Wirtz.
Alien Wirtz was last to the runner. She made up some time there. Salmonson-Hellman finishing, Claudia Gluck. And that wraps the field all in under 4 minutes. Lucy, you know that feeling?
Oh, it's horrible. It is horrible. It's like that blood in your mouth kind of distance, that it's long enough that you can go hard right from the start, but it's also long enough that if you go too hard from the start, you are really paying for it by the end.
3:12 is going to be the official final number there for Kringle.
So once again, we're looking at the transition here. A couple of athletes making it onto the runner at the same time. I think the big difference was that Amy went up, pushed the runner, got the band going pretty fast to start with, and then held on to that all the way, driving into every step, keeping that momentum. And once she got off there, there was nothing but daylight ahead of her, and everybody else was pretty far behind as well. Impressive effort by Amy Kringle.
And this was Sigmundsdottir. McQuaid just talk about blood in the water. Yeah. You got to have the rear view mirror on at all times, especially when you're just behind the cut line. That's 3 points out the window.
Yep. What's important for Sarah, though, is that she beat Camilla Solomonsson-Hellman as well, who was just ahead of her. They were tied for points. So it was a tiebreaker decision. So,
Lucy, appreciate the time. Best of luck on your recovery, and looking forward to talking about you being down there this time in 2024.
I hope so. Thanks for having me.
16th fittest woman on earth, Lucy Campbell. As we take a break, back for Heat 6 of Women's Test 4 and 5 next. Test 4 and 5, Heat 6 here in Berlin, Germany. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Semifinals. It is the final action on the individual side here inside Max Schmeling Hall tonight. Alongside Mads Jacobson, Lauren Smith is down on the floor. My name is Joel Gadet. The rest of our crew take a look at where we sit after 3 tests. Annie Thorisdottir, twice the fittest woman on earth, trying to become the 3-time fittest woman on earth with a decade in between. She is atop the semifinal standings with Gabby Magala, some of the young blood, coming up behind her. Number 1 ranked woman in the world is Laura Horvath in lane 5, or excuse me, in 5th place. Tests 4 and 5, Mads, snatching and running.
Yes, within 6 minutes, run 800 meters, and after that, remaining of the time, establish a heavy snatch. 2 minutes rest, then on to 8 snatches and 800-meter sprint on the runner.
Recipe for success brought to us by RP.
Well, first of all, in event number 4, it's not about the run. It's all about setting yourself up for success for the lifts, making sure you have enough time and you're not well enough rested. The second one, though, reverse, it is all about the run. That is exactly where you can make your mark. So go out there and push from the very beginning. It's a barn burner.
Talked about Laura Horvath and Annie Thorisdottir in lanes 1 and 6, but also keep an eye on Karen Freyova, who comes in 4th place overall, and for more on her, Lauren Smith.
Cheers, guys. Yes, we know that Karen Freyova comes into this as one of the biggest snatchers on record. Also, keep your eye out for Annie Thorisdottir. And Gabby, 2 points away from Annie, is going to need to double down on the second part of this workout, but we know she's got that run in the locker.
Lauren, thank you. Gabby Magala just edging out Annie Thorisdottir for the Test 3 win by literally hundredths of a second this morning.
It's tight.
The margin for error is small, and we are off to the runner here. 800 meters to get you going before we snatch heavy.
And this could be equally tight. Not necessarily, not the test number 4, but test number 5 coming up right afterwards could be equally tight. It could come down to the seconds as well.
Annie Thorisdottir, spoke to her yesterday. A little bit worried about the snatch. She is a phenomenal weightlifter, but she said, I like to lift in Olympic weightlifting shoes. We said, would you run in Olympic weightlifting shoes? She said no. She's going to run in regular runners, lift in those regular normal training shoes. We have seen some athletes do this first 800-meter run, Jack Farlow namely, at the North America East Regional, so that they had Ole shoes on for the heavy snatch.
That's pretty impressive, though, going out there and running it in Ole's.
I can't imagine it's comfortable.
No. I mean, depending a little bit on what kind of stride you're having and how your foot placing is, I get it, but then again, I don't.
200 pounds, still the number to beat on the snatch. That's all the way back in Heat 1.
That was Marie Rabin. So Laura Horvath here looking pretty calm right next to Mathilde Øyen-Garns as we're looking over the entire field of athletes out there. They do look very relaxed, which is exactly what they need to do. As we talked about in the previous heat with Lucy Campbell as well, set yourself up good.
And this is Laura Horvath, the number 1 ranked woman in the world. Mads, but she kind of flies under the radar for the number 1 ranked woman currently. If you ask somebody about Laura Horvath, a lot of times they will respond with what she can't do versus what she can. A lot of attention gets paid to the fact that she struggles with deficit handstand push-ups. And when we talked to her camp a couple of days ago, they said, listen, sometimes she gets a little bit more reserved and a little bit shy, and she can pull away because that's the conversation around her when the eyes aren't necessarily on the fact that she is a multiple-time podium finisher.
Well, I think it's both that, obviously. I mean, you need to pay some respect to all the things that she's good at, but she's one of these athletes, kind of like a lot of other athletes we've seen in the past, Christine Holte being one of them. They just happen to be in the best heat with the best performers, and they're always right up there in 2nd, 3rd place. But you never really see him until suddenly you look at the leaderboard and you're like, Jesus, this is impressive. The only time you really start talking about him is when there's something that they can't do. So it's like, hey, you're going to get a lot of exposure if you're first or if you're dead last. Now, Horvath, right underneath that top echelon that gives her the attention, and so we start thinking about her when there's something she can't do. But she is capable, very capable.
If you look at Karen Freyova, I spoke to her earlier today, and actually she told me that she drove the 9 hours from Slovakia to Berlin. She's going to head over to that barbell, and she's aiming for a 93 kilograms. But she said she is feeling a little bit worse for wear after that drive. So fingers crossed she's got that in the locker. We know she has a huge snatch, and she's very capable under the bar. And if it's ever going to come out, surely it's going to come out semifinals time.
So she's looking at a 2:05.
That would be good for the best. And it is Freyova who is off early, along with Gabby Magala. Magala in the pink further up your screen, Freyova in the blue up front. Opening at 190. Magala is opening up at 175. And that was a little bit more of a struggle than maybe Gabby Magala would have wanted, but she has a lift under her belt. And how about Freyova at 190? Oh, Marie Robin better be shaking in your boots with that 200. Thorisdottir, no. Ella Wunger at 165 right now is on the cut line of making it in. Thorisdottir connects. That's good at 175.
170 for Emma Tall as well.
180 here for Manal Anganiz.
Yes. That's a strong catch there. A lot of patience sitting there waiting for it to get balanced. 185 for Gabby Magala.
Laura Horvath in the background going at 190. Magala hits.
Oh, Horvath.
Hits.
Nice.
Freyova to tie for the test record here at this semifinal.
Oh.
And she missed behind.
185 for Annie Thorisdottir.
190 for Anganiz.
Oh, 180 for Tal, power snatching it.
Oh, she missed that. Horvath has 200 on the bar, far left of your screen. Magala here at 195. Yes, Horvath for 200. How about Horvath? Hat in the ring. She is now tied with Marie Robin, and she has 30 seconds to add to it. Thorisdottir connects on 195. Yes. We'll see if Annie takes another attempt with 20 seconds to move the bar. Laura Horvath is going to attempt 210. She doesn't have to. She only needs to go for 205.
Yeah, but then again, if you're Laura, then you're Laura. This is what Laura does.
Here's Magala. Horvath left. Both successfully stand the lift. Laura Horvath has a win.
Let's talk about the things that Laura Horvath does so well. This is one of them. Wow.
Put some respect on the name of the #1 ranked woman in the sport.
Annie Thorisdottir got some great lifts in as well. She's got to be pretty happy with that one. But Laura Horvath, 210. Great patience to the top, fast sit. Awesome. Awesome. And she's got to be happy with that.
Gabby Magala looked really good here as well under the gun. We had big weights going up across the board in this 6th and final heat, and it was looking like we might not. That Robin 200 from heat 1 was just hanging around.
210 pounds.
Karen Freyova, 210 as well. Top the leaderboard for test 4.
Nice.
As we get set for test 5. Annie Thorisdottir was your overall leader by 2 points.
So we're moving on now to the 8 snatches, followed by an 800-meter run on the assault runner, where they really need to push the pace. This is interesting because it's also a mindset thing. It's like you've just done what you want, or you're coming off a little bit of a disappointment. You get 2 minutes, focus yourself, and get after it again with a different task.
125 pounds, 8 times on a snatch here.
Not going to be a problem with any of these ladies.
Fuliano moving through, bottom right of your screen. She is lurking on the cut line with Ella Wunger as well.
Oh!
Off to the runners.
Wow. So Laura Horvath, first one onto the runner.
Pavi Gym provides the highest quality flooring to help gym owners and garage gyms alike. You can scan that QR code or visit pavigym.com to learn more. And if you're a CrossFit affiliate owner, check out Pavi Gym's offer in the Affiliate Partner Network to save up to 50% off your new floor today.
You see Fuliano in the was just in the bottom of your screen right now. If you look at the top of your screen, see Laura Horvath. Slight forward inclination, long strides, leaning into it. Fuliano, slightly shorter athlete right there on your screen. A little bit of a different technique.
Let's take a look at the strides here for all these varying athletes side by side.
Exactly, so you're looking on the right side of your screen of Fuliano. Higher cadence, a little bit of a shorter stride, and she needs to maintain that, whereas Horvath, slightly longer stride, not moving her upper body quite as much from side to side, but she's also got that forward inclination. So different energy expansion of these two. And what it means is that for Laura to speed up, all she has to do is lean forward just a little bit more. For Fuliano, she's going to have to lean forward and start driving her knees a lot harder than she does right now.
Hand in the air is 500 meters remaining. We'll lose a finger for each 100 meters from that point forward. Annie Thorisdottir in the light blue top, Karen Freyova in the dark blue, each with 400 meters remaining. Thorisdottir looks like she is hunting dinner right now. She is on a mission.
I think that's Sarah Connor, actually, we're looking at, Terminator.
Is it bad that for a hot second I went, Sarah Connor's not in this competition?
This is where it gets interesting, because about 300, 250 meters left. This is when you're either going to suffer a little bit more or you're going to start going faster. And it feels like Karen Freyova is going just a little bit faster than she has been before.
.312 is the number to beat.
Look at their feet now. Some of these athletes have picked it up quite aggressively. You've got in the top of your screen, orange top is Gabby Magawa, but you've also got Laura Horvath all the way at the top. She's going a lot faster than she was before.
Fuliano at the bottom looks like she's opened her stride length. Here comes Magala. That is 2 test wins for Gabby Magala on moving day. No, it's a heat win. She, I believe, was just behind the 312. It was very close. Freyova comes in behind her. Now here is Annie Thorisdottir. Wunger, that'll be big for her, looming around the cut line.
Here is Horvath, Madeleine Persson. Wow. Crazy pickup by Gabby Magawa.
3:15, so she comes in behind the time to beat. But it's still going to be a tremendous finish for Gabby Magala.
So we saw a lot of athletes, we saw a lot of athletes making it onto the runner pretty much at the same time. Gabby Magawa was about 5th or 6th onto the runner. She was not the fastest one to start with. Her pace was a little bit behind everybody else's, but she progressively picked up the pace all the way, which led her to a position where she could jog across the line with only Karen Freyova right behind her, but not necessarily threatened.
Amy Kringle's 3:12 will win the test. Gabby Magala right behind. She and Laura Horvath train a lot together as they walk past one another. Good event for Magala, good event, good test for Horvath as well. Let's talk with Gabby Magala, down to Lauren.
Cheers, guys. Gabby, a phenomenal effort in both tests 4 and 5. You came into it 2 points behind Annie in the overall standings. How much were you thinking about really kind of nailing down and getting the points on the board in those 2 tests?
I didn't really think too much about points. I was just aware that we're gonna have 200 points still to grab. So every point's gonna count. And like I said before, that I'm gonna take advantage that this weekend we have free running workouts. So I was trying my best.
You've done very well in those running workouts. When you hit that 200-pound snatch, how much confidence does that give you when you're looking at going ahead into the next thing?
I wish I had 10 more seconds so I could load the bar a little bit heavier, because the last lift was so good, so easy, it's like so smooth. I think the first one was the hardest, so that's why I took like a longer break before I'm gonna hit that, but I'm so proud of my execution. It was awesome.
It really was. You go relax, take a moment. You can say something.
I'm very happy that tomorrow we're gonna be back to compete next to each other on the lines. Like, I missed her today.
I've always loved the friendship that you guys have. But out on the floor, obviously things change and it's a competition. Just when you came into this workout, you've flown a little bit under the radar. What kind of impact did you want to leave out there today?
I'm really not surprised about being under. Like, I've always been the underdog if everyone sees the social media and everything. So I'm honestly fired up and I'm really excited how I perform in this event and look forward for tomorrow.
We could see you were fired up when you put that 210 on the bar. Mentally, what kind of place did you have to get yourself to? Because quite frankly, you made it look exceptionally easy.
Yeah, in this workout, the first couple of lifts don't really feel that good because you just ran and you took a big break. So as I added weight, I felt better and better and better. So just as Gabby said, I wish I had 1 more minute because I could have gone heavier for sure.
It was great to see. Laura, massive congratulations, and no doubt we'll chat to you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone who came out to Berlin. You guys are amazing.
You can say she flies under the radar, but they have worldwide rankings in CrossFit, and Laura Horvath is the #1 ranked woman on the planet. 210 pounds. She's at the top of the standings for Test 4. Test 5 immediately followed that. Amy Kringle out of Heat 5 comes away with the win. Gabby Magala just behind her. Jennifer Murr, that will be big for her. Ella Vunger as well, trying to lock down her first career ticket to the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Talk about tickets to the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Oh yeah, we got 10 of those to hand out today. They're to the teams, and that's gonna happen next. We've got the final test for the team competition when we return. Stick with us here in Berlin.
The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games European Semifinal is brought to you by GoWOD, the mobility app designed for athletes. Pavagym, the best gym floor for the most demanding training. And Strivey, elevate your remote coaching to the next level.
You find yourself really captivated by what's going on there. Truly what you're interested in is the CrossFit philosophy and method. And you should know that you've got a ton of amazing resources available to you. I mean, check out the main site, look at the old journal articles, dig in on the website. There's content every day that's posted on CrossFit.com that helps to bolster your understanding of what you're seeing unfold at the pinnacle on the field of play. I would encourage everybody that's a fan of the sport to dig in, find a coach, go get your hands dirty with this stuff, and it really does enrich the experience for you. Not only in your life, but your ability to enjoy what you're seeing in front of you. And as an extension, I mean, man, if you're interested in the games, you're interested, therefore, in the method, go get your level 1, go check it out. You'll find that everything that's expressed at the level 1 is the bedrock of what you're gonna see in the expression on the field of play.
Since 2007, the leading cause of accidental death in Ohio has been overdose.
149 pills for every man, woman, and child in the county, and I did a lot of them.
Spent 2 deployments to Iraq and then came back home to a town I didn't even really recognize. It was ravaged by an opioid epidemic.
Yeah, this looks about as sketchy as you described it.
Portsmouth, Ohio had the highest per capita pain clinics in the country.
There's nothing on the street today that doesn't have fentanyl in it.
You can't put anything in your mouth. It doesn't come directly from a pharmacy.
People had surrendered to this enemy, and there was no one willing to fight back.
At some point in your life, you weren't afraid to die. Don't be afraid to live right now.
This is hillbilly rehab.
Exercise has clearly been identified as a tool that can be used in the recovery process.
We've got everybody from addicts to immigrants. We all need a challenge, and we all need the ability to overcome.
What we're trying to do is a very aggressive kind of approach. We're just trying to do it better.
That's the biggest thing that we do here. We give people an opportunity to earn.
I've probably spent over 1.5 years incarcerated. My last class, Dale comes up to me and was like, hey, why don't you come work for me?
With the right training, we can have a big role in bringing American manufacturing supply back to small towns.
Now you got some confidence, now you think you can overcome anything. It's very easy to relapse.
He was flying too close to the sun.
He started to become someone else.
This affects everybody.
We want to tell everybody, and maybe you don't have to go through what we went through.
Go!
There's a lot of good going on in this town, and it's because there are people that care about this community.
Come on, Sarah. You've been here before.
Not just, oh, we got an addict on our team. No, Sarah's on my team. I'm a person.
If there's anything we know, it's suffering. But because you know suffering, you know how you can heal. It's time for a comeback.
10 seconds. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our finale event, test number 6 for the teams.
Our teams will be starting off with 15 worm burpees, as you can see out here on the floor. And then they will move forward to 15 worm squats. After the 15 worm squats, women number 1 will perform a 1 seated legless rope climb each. And the men will perform 10 strict chest to wall handstand push-ups. Then they will switch and move over once again 15 worm burpees, 15 worm squats. The women will complete 2 legless rope climbs each, and the men will complete 15 strict handstand push-ups each. Then there will be another swap where we go to 15 worm burpees, 15 worm squats. The women will perform 3 rope climbs each, and the men will perform 20 handstand push-ups each. And to finish it off, yet again another 15 worm burpees and 15 worm squats. All of that inside of 16 minutes.
All right, we've got our first teams moving, Joe. Lane number 6, CrossFit Bladen. First back to that rig. Now they're gonna begin those seated legless rope climbs. The female athletes each need to get 1 seated legless rope climb, and the men have to do 10 strict, like you said, chest to wall push-ups, and then they switch.
And I tell you what, lane number 5 are making easy work of those legless rope climbs. Studio CrossFit coming out of Spain. As we can see, there is the switch. As the men are now on those legless rope climbs, and the women are performing their chest to wall handstand push-ups.
These athletes moving in. They're still working on that first segment. When Joe was reading out, he was like, man, I'm tired just from reading that. Kidding. These athletes are the one doing the hard work. We're just keeping you dialed in on who's doing what where. Our leaders, lane number 5.
Studio CrossFit out of Barcelona. The indicator when our teams are making their way through the rounds is where that worm is situated out here on the competition floor. They're gonna be touching this worm 4 times, as we can see our teams over here in round number 2. Also, we can see here lane number 9, the French team at CrossFit Caen.
It is 1, Studio CrossFit, 2, CrossFit Caen. And now we were looking for our 3rd team to begin their next set of these burpees. It's gonna be lane number 7, I believe, CrossFit 77 feet. Your 1, 2, and 3 on to those burpees. Again, 1, Studio CrossFit, 2, CrossFit Caen, and then 3 is CrossFit 77 feet. Here comes lane number 6, CrossFit Bladen. Our leaders in lane number 5, Studio CrossFit.
So Studio CrossFit coming out of Barcelona already, wow, making easy work of that legless rope climb. There we can see Marina Cris Mario, lane number 5, also making her way to the top as they perform those 2 repetitions. And here we have CrossFit Kine in lane number 9. So both of the female athletes of Studio CrossFit have completed and making their way through that next 2 legless rope climbs. Over there in lane number 2, C23, CrossFit Training Norte, the other Spanish team making their way back. But at the moment, your current leaders, lane number 5, Studio CrossFit. We have a 16-minute time cap for this workout. Our athletes will be touching the worm a total of 4 times if they want to complete this test, number 6. Lane number 8, CrossFit Vondergym, coming all the way from Amsterdam, burpeeing across. But it is in lane number 5, Studio CrossFit has already done the switcheroo in between the athletes. And now the men are working on their 2 legless rope climbs. Lane number 6, CrossFit Bladen, making the switch as well. And CrossFit Cairns already there. Your top 3 teams. And there they are in lane number 5, Studio CrossFit out in front, your current leaders. Already through 5 reps of these burpees over the worm. Studio CrossFit coming out of Barcelona. Studio CrossFit has a serious advantage over the rest of the fleet. More than 15 reps as they are now going to be starting with the worm squats. Eso es, sí señor, sí señor. Here we can see CrossFit Cannes, the French team, over in lane number 9, starting to get their burpee party on. Berlin, let's give a round of applause to Studio CrossFit, your current leaders. So they will now go on to 3 rope climbs and 20 handstand push-ups. First will be the women, and then the men will get up there. There we can see Marina Cris Mario making her way up to the top. And coming out as well, lane number 7, CrossFit 77 feet. A little bit less than 6 minutes to go. And we can see coming out of lane number 4, CrossFit Oslo Pink Panthers also making their way into this third round. CrossFit Cannes, the French athletes, lane number 9, in second position at the moment, moving that 165 kilo, 375 pound rogue worm. "77 feet, vamos, arriba, 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 arriba." Studio CrossFit starting to push away with those handstand push-ups. 20 reps each is what they have to do, and now they have done the switch as they are on the final round of this workout, test number 6. There we can see the gymnastics background of Marina Crismario there in lane number 5, up and down, making easy work of those handstand push-ups. Already done with those 20. Your current leaders in lane number 5 Studio CrossFit, and in second position, lane number 9, we have CrossFit Cannes. Here we have Studio CrossFit going for the final 15 worm burpees and 15 worm squats. Already through 5 reps of the burpee over the worm. Studio CrossFit, your leaders, with a solid advantage over the rest of the teams. And we can see Blade and CrossFit also joining in as they make their way back to the Rogue Rig. Final repetition for Studio CrossFit on the burpees. There it is, they're done. Only 15 worm squats to go. Berlin, make some noise for your leaders, Studio CrossFit. Oh, but coming in as well, CrossFit Baden starting off with those burpees. Your second place at the moment, but Studio CrossFit have put in the work early. And now on that final set of 15 squats. 5 more reps to go. 3 more. 2. 1 more rep. Put your hands together. The winners are Studio CrossFit athletes. 90 seconds. Que se os oiga, España, que se os oiga. Lady CrossFit working on those squats. Athletes, 60 seconds. Lane number 6, CrossFit Bladen are going to be finishing it out in second place. "30 seconds. CrossFit Kind making their way through. 15 seconds. Final 10 seconds. CrossFit Kind makes it over. 3, 2, 1, time. Berlin, put your hands together for your teams. And a big shout out, there's the España, the winners of this heat, Studio CrossFit.
Ten seconds. Stand by.
And welcome to team test number 6. This is a workout for time, as we have 15 worm burpees followed by 15 worm squats. Then our athletes will make their way back to the rig, where the women will perform 1 seatless seated legless rope climb, and the men's 10 strict chest to wall handstand push-ups, and then they will switch. Continuing on with another 15 worm burpees and 15 worm squats. The women will perform 2 legless rope climbs each, and the men 15 strict handstand push-ups, and then yet again another switch. Continuing on with 15 worm burpees, 15 worm squats. The women will perform 3 rope climbs each, the men 20 handstand push-ups, and a switch. And to finalize it off and finish it over here, we will end up with 15 worm burpees and 15 worm squats. Time cap, 16 minutes.
All right, our athletes now digging in to those chest to wall handstand push-ups. A little different caveat here. Lane number 8 swapping out, sending in their other male teammate to get upside down and start cranking it out. 2 minutes in.
I tell you what, Kiki, one of the things I love the most about these chest to wall is when they come down, they do the James Bond roll. How cool is that?
Yeah, I mean, the dismount is fancy, I'm not gonna lie. Or maybe it's like Teenage Ninja Turtle. Get a little ball up and roll out. These athletes trying to get through this first portion, 2.5 minutes in. You can hear the buzz of the crowd hooting and hollering at their teams. They know this is the final event, so at this point, they want some bragging rights. They want to be able to jump up that leaderboard. They're about ready to close out their European semifinal experience, and heck, they want to go out strong, you know? So they're working hard continuously as this is their final event, final day here for our team division. Our leaders in lane number 5, CrossFit Butcher's Lab. First of those burpees, here comes lane number 7, CrossFit Bad Beast.
And lane number 9 as well, we can see other CrossFit commanders. Only a few reps in between these teams, as it does look like they are very even. A little reminder, every single time our teams will be moving the rogue worm forward, and it is all the way over here, in that 4th time that they will be picking it up. If they make it there, will be the indicator that they are on that final set.
Here comes lane number 4 into the burpees. But while they begin, while CrossFit Butcher's Lab T-Bone begins, it's our leaders, in lane number 5, CrossFit Butcher's Lab Team Bjornfar, who's able to do the thrusters first.
Lane number 9, also CrossFit Commanders, also starting off with those squats, but it is lane number 5, as we can see, just about to close it up. And they are going to be moving it forward. Berlin, make some noise for Butcher's Lab Bjornfar.
Lane number 9 sliding into second here. Our house CrossFit Commanders And then rounding out your top 3 in lane number 7, that's CrossFit Bad Beast. Bad Mamma Jammas. Five and a half minutes in towards that 16-minute time cap. In that last heat, we saw one of the teams get through that finish line. Let's see how heat number 2 handles their final test of fitness, team test 6.
So we now can see the athletes out on the rope performing the legless rope climbs, and we can see the athletes on the rig are performing those strict handstand push-ups. The ladies will start out there on the rope, the men on the handstand push-ups, and then, as we've been saying, the old switcheroo will be happening down here on the competition floor.
CrossFit Bad Beast trying to catch CrossFit Butcher's Lab, Team Unifar. Lane number 1, CrossFit Torredembara, working on those squats there in round number 2. Same story for lane number 8. West Leeds, CrossFit Shirefit.
All right, so we can see the women over here on those strict handstand push-ups. As we've been saying, it is in lane number 5, Butcher's Lab Team Bjornafar, your current leaders. But I tell you what, Kiki, it looks like it's starting to get a lot closer there in the middle of the competition floor.
As that fatigue sets in, they do get a little bit of reprieve while their teammate goes, but here comes lane number 7, CrossFit Bad Beast. So our new leaders, CrossFit Bad Beast in lane number 7, followed by lane number 5, CrossFit Butcher's Lab Team Bjornafar. And then in lane number 9 for your top 3, our house CrossFit Commanders. That is your 1, 2, and 3. We're more than halfway to that time cap.
And we just saw there Bad Beast get a no rep that has cost them, as it is pretty much even up. Let's not forget that after these 15 worm burpees, they have to grab that 365-pound beast of a rogue worm, and they're going to be having to make 15 worm squats. £375. I do apologize. Just a little bit more weight. Just a little bit more weight.
Yeah. 9 minutes in. These teams, 3 days of tests, finishing here with the worm. It's no surprise to the team community anymore. I remember the first worm, it was wood. So this has definitely been an upgrade, my friends.
I tell you what, that one would have been hard on the old shoulders.
Yeah, it was.
It is so great, sorry, Kiki. It is so great to see how far the teams have come throughout the past years, as the tests are getting harder and harder and more teams coming out, as it is equal but slightly ahead. Arnos CrossFit Commanders.
It is 1, our house CrossFit Commanders, 2, CrossFit Butcher's Lab Team Bjornafar, and 3 is CrossFit Bad Beast. So another shakeup again, Joe. Seems like we have a shakeup when they go into the rogue rig, and then when another shakeup with those burpees and squats.
So now the women athletes will be starting with 3 rope climbs, the men with 20 handstand push-ups, and then they will switch before coming back and running towards the finish line where they will have to perform 15 worm burpees and another 15 worm squats to close out this event, this test at number 6.
10.5 minutes in towards that 16-minute time cap here.
So, Butcher's Lab Team Bjornafar, Bad Beast, are making their way through, as we could already see there. Lane number 5 has done the switch. Test number 6 presented by NOBULL, the official apparel and footwear partner of the CrossFit Games and CrossFit.
CrossFit Butchers Lab Team Bjornafar trying to get back to their worm. Lane number 5 just settled. Looks like they have one more of those handstand push-ups, and then they send it over to their partner.
But it looks like over here, lane number 9, your leaders, Honest CrossFit Commanders, as they make their way through for yet another 15 burpees over the worm. But they are being chased down by Butcher's Lab Team Bjornafar, lane number 5.
It is 1, Our House CrossFit Commanders, 2, CrossFit Butchers Lab Team Bjornafar, and then I'm assuming CrossFit Bad Beast will be out next, but we will have to wait and see as they fight through. Back there at that rogue rig. Oh, here we go. Three more burpees to go for Our House CrossFit Commanders in lane number 9. 5 more burpees to go for Butcher's Lab Team.
And now your current leader, number 9, racking out that 165 kilo rogue worm for 15 squats.
Joe, we've got just under 3 minutes remaining.
And they're making easy work, up and down, it's pistol engines. 4 more reps to go, as it looks like over here, lane number 9. Berlin, put your hands together for heat winner, Arnos CrossFit Commanders.
Lane number 5 working on their last squat, CrossFit Butchers Lab Team Bjornafar. We got a battle between, what is that, lane 3? CrossFit 10K Capital and CrossFit Bad Beast.
As we approach the final 2 minutes, athletes.
Lane number 3, CrossFit 10K Capital with 3 more of their burpees to go before they can get into those squats.
5 more reps to go over here for CrossFit Bad Beast, but there it is, 10K Capital. 1 more rep to go. A little bit of a scramble over there.
Oh, eating up some of their time. Opening the door for CrossFit Bad Beast. There we go, CrossFit 10K Capital. They grab their their worm. They've got 2 squats. There's 3. Here comes CrossFit Bad Beast. They are separated by 3 reps, I believe.
It is going to be close. It is basically who can hold on. As we continue on, okay, a little bit of a misstep there, giving 10K Capital the opportunity to take the lead. Final minute, athletes. It is CrossFit 10K Capital making their way across the line.
Working on their last squat. Next up, CrossFit Bad Beast. with about 30 seconds to go. CrossFit Sport is trying to get it across. There's 30 seconds.
And a round of applause, Berlin. CrossFit Sport finishing off inside the time cap, 20 seconds.
Ten seconds. Can Wesley's CrossFit Shire Fit get it done? 3, 2, 1, time. A big round of applause for our Heat 2 teams. They are done with their European semifinal experience. Congratulations.
It all comes down to this at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Semifinals here in Europe. Heat 3 of the final test for the teams. 10 tickets to the CrossFit Games are on the line. Lauren Smith is down on the competition floor. Mads Jacobson, Joel Gadet up here in the booth. 20 teams still to compete. These are the standings. No shortcuts is that rookie team that Andre Houdet put together out of Denmark with 461 points, a 15-point advantage over CrossFit Prestanda, who has been just consistent over the course of the competition. These are the teams that are chasing, and these are the teams that we'll look at in this third of 4 heats. CrossFit Butchers Lab Krieger comes into this 11 points back. That is 4 spots on the leaderboard. The event, worm burpees and worm squats with some skill, Mads, in between.
Well, it sure is. Say it starts with the seated legless rope climbs and the strict chest to wall handstand pull-ups or handstand push-ups. We're on to the worm for 15 reps of burpees and squats. Then it's legless rope climbs, regular such. Handstand push-ups again before we move, and then onto the worm again before we move on to the rope again with regular rope climbs, and now 20 handstand push-ups. 16 minutes is the time cap.
The recipe for success, know yourself?
Absolutely. You need to know your limitations, and you need to know what pace you can go at. So you don't want to race too early and get caught up in everybody else's race. Diligence on the worm. We're seeing so many no reps. It's ridiculous. And that's where you can really kill yourself. So be smart on the worm.
Teams in the middle are the biggest teams to watch at this juncture. Butchers Lab Krieger, again, 11 points out of a qualifying spot. Nijmegen is 16 points out of a qualifying spot. Butchers Lab Fleck, yes, is in the mix, but it's going to need some help.
It is definitely going to need some help. But looking at Krieger and Nijmegen and how they have performed today, it's all out there for them to take. It is still in their hands to some extent.
It's like the world's greatest game of whack-a-mole, watching all of these teams simultaneously perform worm burpees.
This is a great way of explaining what's going on if you've never joined us before. So the thing is that all these athletes, they need to be on the floor at the same time. You can walk or jump over the worm, but you need to be in the bottom position, chest and thighs against the floor at the same time.
Usually you'll have a caller that will say go, right, Mads? One person in charge of that movement?
Yes. And that is a little bit of a challenge. I mean, you have that person, but look at how many people are on the floor. So you've got that one person, but you also need to have done this plenty of times so you have a grasp of each other's speed.
15 worm burpees, now 15 worm squats. Similar thing, you have one person making that call so that everybody can go in unison. In the first two heats, we saw plenty of no reps because teams were not moving here in unison.
And that's I mean, we've seen it all over. One of the teams that are in unison right now is team in lane number 7, Senegalia, who are one of the first teams, along with Krieger, to progress the worm.
Senegalia came in 47 points out of a qualifying spot. Now, everybody technically in this heat is mathematically alive. All 10 of these teams, they would need some help once you get to Senegalia and that 47-point difference.
Well, miracles happen, and until it's all done, it's not all done, so it's all in your hands.
This is Butcher's Lab Krieger.
Important now to get below that red point and show control before handing over.
Krieger does have a former Games athlete on the roster. Christina Agerbeck was there in 2018 with the Butcher's Lab team that finished 21st in Madison. So someone that has been in this position and knows what it's like to seal the deal, and that's experience you cannot replicate.
You cannot, and it gives a whole lot of confidence in the team, but also some kind of calm when everything is going down, that somebody has been here before and they know exactly what's going on.
Okay, so now we're switching stations. The men have to perform one seated legless rope climb. The women have to perform the wall-facing handstand push-ups. As we progress through this test, the skill level goes down, the reps will go up. So the skill movement, so to speak, gets a little bit easier, but you'll have to do more of it.
That's just rude, isn't it? You get more tired, I have to do more work. Yeah, technically easier, but I still have to do more work, so. So it's Rebels in the bottom of your screen right now onto the worm again for synchronized burpees. Well, not necessarily synchronized burpees, but they need to do them, as we talked about before, chest and thighs on the deck at the same time.
Oslo Rebels is now joined by CrossFit Senegalia.
Senegalia were really fast on the squats with the worm before.
The Rebels on the right side of the screen entered in 16th place. They're almost 80 points out of a qualification spot, though. They would need to absolutely smash this and then receive significant help. But all you can control is your effort.
Exactly, and I don't think any of them are really thinking about what anybody else is doing. All they want to do is they want to walk away from here and be happy with their performance.
And the worm is going up for Oslo Rebels on the right. 15 squats with the worm. CrossFit Aylesbury on the left. Top 3 teams on your screen right now. Senegalia and Oslo Rebels on the right.
A great effort here by Oslo to making sure that they're not receiving any no reps. We saw in previous heats that was a big differentiator here between the different teams on the squats.
13:28 in Heat 2 is the time to beat here. The best performance by any team at a semifinal is CrossFit Franco's Misfits. They completed this test in 10:19. You would have to be just about halfway done to be on that pace.
Well, that may still happen in some of the heats to come. But I think for these teams, well, for all teams, as I said before, it's important not to get caught up in anybody else's race, because if you do, we all know what happens when handstand push-ups go away. They're gone. Same thing with rope climbs.
We mentioned the movements change now as we go to the next round. Instead of the seated legless rope climb, it's just a straight up legless rope climb, but there are 2 of them instead of 1. And the wall-facing handstand push-ups, those are now just straight up handstand push-ups. The rep scheme going from 10 to 15.
A very fast switch on the right side of your screen from the Krieger gang. Another one of the things these athletes need to remember is that the line on the floor where they have to have their hands is also an indication of how wide their feet are allowed to be apart. And you know the judge is going to be watching for that as well.
Senegalia in lane 7. The men have the black tops, the ladies with the white and yellow tops.
So in lane number 6, we have, that is, let's just see, Nijmegen. Nijmegen have been slow starters traditionally throughout the entire weekend. Not necessarily slow finishers, though.
It's worked for them. 16 points out of a qualification spot for Nijmegen.
But still, Rebels in lane number 8 are doing a great job. It's the same time as we're seeing here. That's what I like to see on the rope climb. Fast, fast hands.
.640 to go as we move back to those worm burpees, followed by the worm front squats for our teams in the lead. Senegalia on the left, the Oslo Rebels on the right.
And Senegalia on the left had a little bit of a mishap in the communication when they started, and that actually gave the Rebels just one more rep before Senegalia even got to start.
15 burpees, 15 squats.
So top of your screen, you got Aylesbury. Aylesbury currently in 3rd, Senegalia in the 2nd, and the Rebel team in 1st. Aylesbury moving very, very well over the worm right here. You do not have to come up to a full extension at all. You just have to make your way over the worm.
You're looking at Aylesbury, a games team from 2021. 15th place coming in. 265 points. The line of demarcation is right there, 320 points for Nice and Rotherham. They are tied in 9th and 10th. The jump up to 8th is a little bit bigger. The 2 realistic spots you can work your way into would be either 9th or 10th place for teams in this heat. We haven't really seen Butchers Lab Krieger or Butchers Lab Fleck for that matter, who's 27 points out. They have fallen off the pace. Senegalia and Nijmegen are the 2 that are trying to make a statement.
It's interesting that they'll be caught up by these movements right here. I thought they would be in the right up there with the Rebels. Now Senegalia moving the worm forward to join the Rebels, the Oslo Rebels, and now Aylesbury at the top of your screen are doing the same thing.
Oslo Rebels, right side of your screen in lane 8 with the Krieger training shirts. They are 67 points out of a qualifying spot. Enter Will Morad overcoming a better than 80-point deficit last year to qualify, so it has been done before. And again, all you can worry about is you.
And I think that's important to remember as we're looking at this, and we cannot help comparing it to other regions as well. But they just need to go out there and do everything they possibly can. So when they sit down tonight and look at each other deep in the eye, they go, we did everything we could. There was nothing more to get. Senegalia moving very, very fast on the wall for the kipping handstand push-ups.
The best time in any semifinal we alluded to earlier. CrossFit Franco's Misfits last week, North America West, in 10 minutes and 19 seconds. That is going to come and go in about 19 seconds. There ain't nobody on the worm yet
no.
For the 4th and final round.
Well, that does speak volumes of what that time and what that team did. It is crazy. So here come the Oslo Rebels.
Still one more heat to go after this one, but the Oslo Rebels trying to set the best time to beat at this semifinal. That belongs to the performance in Heat 2 of Aarhus CrossFit, the Commanders, in 13:28. That is going to go by the wayside, barring utter disaster here for the Oslo Rebels.
Yeah, we haven't really seen anybody from Oslo implode over the weekend, so I don't think we're going to see it now.
The most represented and decorated affiliate at any semifinal. CrossFit Oslo, 6 individuals and 6 teams competing here in Berlin this weekend. Just 2 more on the burpees, and then it'll go to 15 squats with the worm.
And just bear in mind that so far, the second fastest team in this heat have not made it onto the worm at all yet.
Well, the lead is impressive. Yellow belly, bottom of screen, just advancing their worm as you see Senegalia now come into the picture, but reps and reps behind the Oslo Rebels, with Henrik Walter Pedersen leading the front squats. The worm is down, and the Rebels have completed the test in about 11:38. That is the new time to beat. 11:40.49 is the official score, with a backflip to
Oh, nice. That's how you celebrate.
There's leaving it all out on the floor, and then there's that.
Senegalia have 4 more burpees before they make it onto the squats.
Senegalia, 47 points out of a qualifying spot when the event began.
Needs to get going now.
They can still put themselves in a second place position heading into the final heat. They've got about another minute to get this work done. That shouldn't, Mads, be a problem.
Well, I don't think it will be.
That was a no rep.
I was going to say they're going to have to get a lot of no reps, but I don't think they will.
4 more. And there is some issue here with the squat depth. You can see Denise Thomas, the head judge. But that is no matter. Second place as it stands for CrossFit Senegalia. They've done everything they can do. 1 more heat to go. You get a finish in lane 3 for CrossFit Aylesbury. The Brits done. The worm's up for Surbiton motion we saw in lane 9 as we go back to the wall in lane 5. This is Butcher's Lab Krieger, 11 points out of a qualifying spot, and their game's dreams are slowly fizzling.
Well, they are. We were looking at both them and Nijmegen before the heat. We were saying they're going to have to move. Both of those 2 teams, well, Butcher's Lab, even more so than Nijmegen right now, are struggling. That's CrossFit Subiton motion, just finishing up now.
2 minutes left until the cap, which is not what some of these teams out there wanted to hear. Here's Nijmegen. They were 16 points behind, and they have finished.
That was a great push there. I've got the timer. Push you across the line. That's aorta.
Nijmegen is currently in 7th place in the test. So we've got another heat still to go.
And on the right side of your screen, that is Butcher's Lab Krieger fighting it out on the wall.
Senegalia is in 2nd, Nijmegen is in 7th. And they are going to be anxious teams watching. And they basically have to hope that some team runs into trouble in the next and final heat. And that's always a possibility.
It is definitely, I was going to say that it is always a possibility, but I just find it hard to believe. I mean, these teams in the last heat have been performing really, really well.
Krieger. A team at the games a year ago as CrossFit 2150. And you can see the urgency. Maybe too little, too late, but Krieger is going to pick up every single rep it can find over the next 30 seconds. Yellow Belly is the next to finish, bottom of screen.
Butcher's Lab Krieger up against the wall as they hit the time cap.
Yeah, pardon me, it was Krieger stuck at the wall. It was Fleck, Butcher's Lab Fleck.
Yep.
That was up ahead trying to finish up on the worm. Both of those teams in the dogfight at the end, but I don't think either one winds up with the results they were looking for.
These guys did, though.
That they did. The Oslo Rebels, see how much work they did. The Rebels were in 16th place.
Well, Krieger started out really, really well, but they did have some trouble on the rope. And then on the wall a little bit later, they got no rep, and I'm pretty sure that they got them a little bit of trouble as well. At the same time as they were fighting and fighting and fighting for it, because they did have a lot to fight for as they came in. Rebels were taking over, moving on onto the worm before everybody else. And this is where you see them. At the same time as Senegalia on the left side are going through their burpees, Rebels dropping the worm, sprinting to the finish.
Nijmegen here finishes at 14-12 in 11th place coming in.
And as all these teams were finishing up, Krieger was still back here on the wall, ended up getting hit by the cap.
Our friend, the handstand push-up, is going to live rent-free in some minds all off-season. But coming up next, we will find definitively our final 10 teams going to the CrossFit Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our final heat. Your top 10 teams coming into test number 6. In lane number 10, ranked 10th overall, CrossFit Rotterdam. In lane number 1, 9th overall, welcome CrossFit Oslo Nice. In lane number 9, 8th overall, CrossFit Party. In lane number 2, ranked 7th overall, CrossFit Trondheim. In lane number 8, 6th overall, CrossFit Jeunesse. In lane number 3, 5th overall, CrossFit Oslo Blackout. In lane number 7th, 4th overall, CrossFit Walleye Athlete. And now for your top 3, ranked 3rd overall, CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue. In 2nd, give it up for CrossFit Prestanda. And your first ranked team coming into the finale event, No Shortcuts CrossFit.
No Shortcuts CrossFit with a 15-point lead over CrossFit Prestanda and CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue. Those are right now the 10 teams with tickets to the CrossFit Games. It is up to them to secure them after this final test. You have all the Norwegian teams in lanes 1 through 4.
Nice to know where we've got them.
Nice and Rotherham, 320 points. They are tied for 9th and 10th, and 11 points up on Butcher's Lab Krieger. But no one, 11, 12, 13, really put a lot of pressure on in the last heat. So go out there, Mads, and focus on you here.
Absolutely, this is all for them to win. They've got everything in their hands right now. Go out there and deliver, because they weren't really necessarily pushed into position where they need to stress. So it's all about going out and delivering against the other teams in this heat.
15 synchronized burpees over the worm into 15 worm squats. Then everybody will head behind the rig, and they'll do their own work. Mads, it is rope climbs getting progressively easier, so to speak, air quotes, but higher reps. And the same thing with the handstand push-ups. Progressively, quote-unquote, easier movements, but higher reps. We're going to expose some skill.
Exactly. We're going to start with the seated ropeless or seated rope climb. We're going to move on to the legless rope climb, and we're going to finish off with regular rope climbs. We're going to start with the nose toward the wall handstand push-ups. We're then going to move on to strict handstand push-ups and finish up with kipping handstand push-ups.
That's how it all plays out. Coming back to the worm for another 15 burpees and 15 squats in between each round. And those are the teams from the last heat. Watching, sweating, worrying.
A lot of emotions going on right now with all those teams.
Almost every worm advanced within about 5 seconds of one another. And here we go to the skill work. Those hands have to cross the red line at the top and then cross the red line at the bottom before you can drop back down to the ground.
We've seen in previous weekends and previous semifinals as well that just the descent, getting below that red line has been a little bit of a challenge. And you don't get overzealous.
You don't have to lower your bottom to the ground. You just have to get below the red line. Then you can put your feet down.
Exactly. And remember, we need to show control.
The early lead, CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue. No surprise.
Not at all. And I think they're going to earn a lot by not being challenged at all by the handstand or the handstand push-ups right here, the nose against the wall. That has traditionally been a challenge for a lot of teams.
Oslo Navy Blue learned a lot about pressure. This weekend, coming in as the odds-on favorite and starting with a 12th place finish in Test 1. But you even go back, Mads, to last year at the CrossFit Games when Navy Blue wore the leader's jersey when they looked like they may have wounded Rich Froning and CrossFit Mayhem Freedom early on. When they wore the leader's jersey, they came back out for the next event and struggled. Mayhem won and never lost the rest of the weekend. And when we spoke to Leona Richter, she said, we really didn't approach things the right way after we put that leader's jersey on. We might have let it get to us. They have grown up. They have handled pressure well this weekend.
I love the way they handled the fact that they didn't get off to the start that they wanted, both as a team, making sure to take care of Nico so that he knew that everything was all right. Everybody's with you. We're all in this as a team, but also as a team towards the other competitors, going out there and just absolutely hammering it afterwards.
Oslo Navy Blue on the right of your screen. They're right next to Oslo Blackout in lane 3 on your left. Excuse me, in lane 4 on your left.
Blackout looking really, really good on those transitions over the worm.
Right of screen, no shortcuts. They're your overall leader. It is navy blue that picks up the worm for the squats first. And how about the technique? They dropped that thing right into the first squat.
Well, they did, and that's a great way of doing it, making sure that you get, well, both the worm, you don't have to lift it as far with your hands. The interesting thing is they did it at the same time as CrossFit Jana in lane number 8 as well.
Take a look at the recipe for success here in this final test, Mads. What is critical when you have this high skill type of movement?
First of all, know yourself. Do not get caught up in somebody else's game plan and trying to race them too early. Wait, save that part until the very end, and then you just need to be diligent on the worm. You do not have time for no reps on the burpees and the squats, and we've seen a lot of those in the earlier heats.
Absolute attack of this rope by both Ingrid Hodenmyr and Leanna Richter. These are legless rope climbs, not the seated legless rope climbs that we saw in round 1.
And I love to see the fast hands on the rope that way. Fast hands means that you don't get a lot of time on detention on one side, which is exactly what you do not want. And here's the switch from Oslo, navy blue. The same time as we get the switch from CrossFit Jana as well. So here we see the full floor, and it gives you a little bit of an idea of what's going on. So in the middle of your screen, you have CrossFit Pestanda, who came in second. This is not the start of this event that they wanted. At the same time, on the wall, a little bit above him, you've got navy blue, who are absolutely crushing this. What they need to remember is they've got CrossFit Jana on lane number 8, a little bit further down here, who are moving at the same pace as they are. So this is still open.
The overall leaderboard at the start of this event, 461 points for no shortcuts. Pestanda, 15 points back. Oslo Navy Blue, 21 points back. So Navy Blue could still, despite early struggles, win the whole darn thing this weekend. Although Ingrid Hodenmyr has run into a little bit of a hiccup on the handstand push-ups.
Well, CrossFit Oslo are doing a great job. It's not quite as fast as it has been before, but what's really interesting to see is that Navy Blue are not the first ones to the worm. Before them, you've got Oslo Blackout, and even earlier than that, you got CrossFit Jana in the bottom of your screen.
Jana in the full black with the red headbands at the bottom of the screen. They're right next to CrossFit Walleye with the purple pants.
So Jana's now in lane number 8, picking up the worm right there. Same technique as we saw from Oslo Blue, and it's a great technique. If you want to lift the worm as a team, do it like that. Squat down, lift it to your shoulders. Or clean it to your shoulders, actually.
Jana has flown under the radar this weekend. A 6th place, 5th place, 10th place, 5th place, and 15th place finish. That's good for 6th overall. They are not an under-the-radar team, though, Mads. One of the first European teams ever to finish atop the podium at the NOBULL CrossFit Games when they came in 3rd back in 2021. Some pieces, and there's a no rep, went their own individual ways last year. They've come back together as a team, looking to reclaim that glory as Oslo Navy Blue has taken the mantle of the best team in Europe over the last year.
And even further back, some of the guys on this team actually competed for CrossFit Lyon and did a great job at doing so. Moved about 20-minute drive up the road and started competing for another box. But yeah, a lot of experience and a lot of capacity on that team.
NOBULL will be putting up athlete jerseys Sunday evening of each semifinal with the athletes that have qualified for the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Jerseys available for pre-order, so go order yours now and support your favorite athletes this summer.
Jana are absolutely flying through their handstand push-ups. So Jana in lane number 8 are currently in the lead. Oslo Blackout currently in 2nd. And Navy Blue in 3rd.
Teams that are on their final round at the rig just have traditional rope climbs. Legs are allowed. followed by traditional kipping handstand push-ups. It's 3 rope climbs for each athlete, male and female. 20 handstand push-ups for each athlete, male and female.
So that's lane 3 on the left here. That is the blackout team. Just cruised by Oslo Navy Blue here a little bit earlier, at the same time as we're seeing the Jana team on the right side of your screen climb the rope.
Walleye and Janas in lanes 7 and 8. Lane 6 is Prestanda. Fighting through those handstand push-ups.
Yeah, they have not gotten off to a start that they wanted or needed in this test. Oh, look at him, CrossFit Jana, making it to the worm.
9:25 and ticking. The best time at any semifinal is 10:19. They're not going to beat that, but Jana will have, in all likelihood, the time to beat in this competition. 11:40 is the number they're hunting. The second ever French team to the games, back in 2021.
And now we've got CrossFit Blackout also coming back onto the floor. You see them on the top of your screen as well.
Not only is that a games team in Jana, it's also a team that has won tests at the CrossFit Games. They took Diane in North Park 2 years ago. And now they have just 15 worm squats remaining between them and a return ticket to Madison, Wisconsin. They're going to bring some new pieces. Elliot Jana is the other man, along with Lucas Husa on this roster. So he will become a Games rookie. But everything else about CrossFit Jana, they know the CrossFit Games.
And at the same time as they're doing that, there is an epic battle between 2 Oslo teams. Blackout just...
That is a test win for CrossFit Jana. Vive la France, they are going back to Madison. Oslo Blackout, Oslo Navy Blue side by side. We're guaranteed 2 Oslo teams at the CrossFit Games. Blackout finishes this test first. We will see Navy Blue there as well. Nikolai Biladet can already feel it. The question will be whether or not we see Oslo Nice in Madison. They are still out there competing here in Heat 4. Nice and Rotherham are the 2 teams on the bubble, tied with 320 points and 11 points ahead of Butchers Lab Krieger.
That's lane number 10 right there, Rotherham. And Rotherham had struggled a little bit early with some of the higher skilled gymnastics, but after that have been going really, really fast.
Trying to qualify with Alexander Dimitriou substituting in after an ACL injury to Sapphire Goddard. This would be an awesome accomplishment for Rotherham.
And Rotherham on the bottom of your screen are racing right now with the top of your screen, which is Oslo Nice.
Nice on the left side. They would be the 3rd team from CrossFit Oslo that would tie a record held by CrossFit Mayhem and matched this year by CrossFit Invictus. 3 teams to the games. Nice. That's the word to describe it. They're in. Rotherham is in. We'll have to wait to see whether they've done enough to be in the field as we approach the 13-minute mark on this 6th and final test.
That's Trondheim right there, putting the finishing touches on their worm work.
Group that didn't quite know how things were going to go for them, didn't have the best trainings coming into the semifinals, but then hit the first couple of tests out of the park, and have been in the top 10 ever since. Varthermen Mo, the first woman, went to the games with Trondheim last year. You've got 3 other rookies on this Trondheim team. And CrossFit Trondheim has finished the work of Test 6.
And at the same time as everybody is hugging each other and enjoying this, you've got one team not quite done yet. It is the Prestanda team out here on the floor, and they struggle a little bit on the handstand push-ups. And you don't have to struggle all that much to end up far behind this team or these teams.
Prestanda trying to avoid the cap that is 2 minutes away. They should still be in a pretty good position relating to the rest of the field, because Trondheim finished just ahead of them and is 13th in the test. And how about the entire arena erupting in a clap for Prestanda? Alex Alebro, their lead male, went to the games last year. Victor Langsved did not, though. He was disqualified from the Nordic team that wound up qualifying through a backfill. This team's mission this year was, yes, to make it to Madison, but it was to do so for Victor. And it looks like Prestanda has done enough.
Well, we're gonna have to see how it all pans out, but it does look like they've done enough, yes.
Jeunesse wins in 10:50. We know they are headed to Madison.
What an impressive team. I really loved what they did.
There's Rotherham.
You know they're wondering right now, so let's just get the scores. Could you please?
It's gonna be a long few minutes as they tabulate the scores. The final 10 tickets to the CrossFit Games for teams here at the Europe Semifinal. These are the handstand push-ups of CrossFit Rotherham.
Well, after not the fastest start out there, Jeunesse just kind of picked it up and they found their rhythm. They needed to get through some of the gymnastics part they weren't super comfortable about, but they got through them really, really well, picked up the pace, and just left everybody in the dirt behind them.
Jeunesse wins the test. Rotherham and Nice needed to get the job done. They push toward the finish. There's no shortcuts finishing. Porty and Rotherham as we go down to Lauren with Jeunesse.
CrossFit Jeunesse, massive congratulations. You have booked that ticket to the CrossFit Games. How does that sound?
Super cool, because it's the second time. And we are very proud of Carol, which is a new mom, and which permits us to do it again this year. So thanks to you.
Happy birthday, Livio.
Oh, and happy birthday to your baby.
Yes, 1 year. 1 year yesterday.
So 1 year from the day you gave birth, you've booked a ticket to the CrossFit Games. What kind of journey have you been on to get back up to fitness and to perform in the way you have this weekend?
It's just perfect. It was a dream for me to do this with these people, and it's great. So
I think I saw the journey was hard for her at the beginning, 1 year ago, but the last months were very perfect for her. She grew up with her baby too, so for the team it's perfect.
He'll be doing burpees in no time. What about for the team to represent France on the biggest stage in World CrossFit? How important is that for you guys?
Very, very important. We didn't thought that we would be able to do that again, to do that the first time. So actually we are very proud of us to represent the France now, again.
Well, thank you so much, guys. Massive congratulations. Allez le bleu!
Thank you very much.
Julie Vernet on the right there, leading CrossFit Jeunesse here, as we await for the official word on the 10 teams headed to Madison. We will reveal the final 10 teams for the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games when we come on back. Keep it locked here because we've got a lot of important announcements and some dreams to fulfill on the other side.
The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games European Semifinal is brought to you by NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Strivey, elevate your remote coaching to the next level. GoWOD, the mobility app designed for athletes. And FitAid, the #1 recovery drink on the market.
I just think that's such a cool shining light to see people that have navigated their life and still chosen to prioritize health and fitness in a way that isn't just something that's a passing interest when you're young. I think that's super powerful. I think it's really, really, really cool. And it's really important that people can look to that and say, hey, you know what, that could be me.
The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test. I use this analogy all the time. You have a 100-meter dash. It's super compelling and super exciting, but nobody's concerned about the athletes making the distance. The challenge of the test on its face is not what makes it interesting. It is the intensity and the effort and the application that the athletes bring to it that makes it compelling. And I think that should be true for most of the events at the Games.
You gotta move fast and you gotta lift heavy if you want to get yourself into contention for that podium position.
And it's absolutely necessary at some times to put out a test that's a little bit beyond where the current field is and have them reach for that. But it shouldn't be all the time. The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test.
The CrossFit Games are the answer to who is the fittest person on earth. And that applies to both the men, the women, age group divisions, teenagers, teams, adaptive athletes. But for any person, the CrossFit Games are the place you find out how fit you are.
The CrossFit Games are the greatest, biggest stage of fitness where we find the best, most well-rounded athletes on the planet.
The cool thing about the CrossFit Games is that you never know exactly what the test is going to be. So we literally test things from long to short to medium, from heavy to light to no weight to odd object to traditional objects to things you may have prepared for or things you may not have prepared for. And that's literally what it is. It's a test of all of your years worth of work.
I think it exposes a lot of people, and the fittest are prepared for every element they're exposed to. And the Games test that.
It's also a festival. It's also a great time to come and see other people engaging in a lifestyle that is supporting, embracing challenge.
It's a showcase for what CrossFit does. 15 years ago, you had people that were strong or people that were fast or people that could swim. You had people that were good at the things they did, O courses, whatever they would have. And they showed up in the environment and you could very quickly see like, oh yeah, that's what that person's good at, but they can't do all this other stuff. And so then the world for 15 years has been doing CrossFit. It's constantly very functional. It's executed at high intensity. This thing that's just so amazing and so beautiful, but also so simple.
Everybody in the room is interested in everybody else getting better. Everybody in the room is interested in, hey, it's challenging, but that's a good thing. And that's the philosophy that the community embraces. Hey, challenge is worth pursuing. Hey, it's gonna make you better. Hey, I don't know if I can do it, but it's worth giving it a shot. And that's the CrossFit Games.
that will be making their way to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. We will start with your top 3. In third, with 519 points, CrossFit Walleye Athletes. In second, with 534 points, CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue. And your top team, your first place finishers with 546 points, No Shortcuts CrossFit. And now, 4th through 10th place. In 4th, with 516 points, CrossFit Oslo Blackout. In 5th, with 492 points, CrossFit Jeunesse. In 6th, also with 492 points, CrossFit Prestanda. In 7th, with 435 points, CrossFit Porty. In 8th, with 420 points, CrossFit Trondheim. In 9th, with 399 points, CrossFit Oslo Nice. And your 10th and final team headed to Madison, Wisconsin for the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. CrossFit Rotherham! CrossFit Rotherham! CrossFit Oslo Nice! CrossFit Trondheim! CrossFit Porty! CrossFit Prestanda! CrossFit Jeunesse! CrossFit Oslo Blackout! CrossFit Walleye Athlete! CrossFit Oslo Navy Blue! And No Shortcuts CrossFit, we will see you in Madison, Wisconsin.
Dan, you came into this final event and it was touch and go on whether you were going to make that cut line. But you guys are going to the CrossFit Games. How proud are you of this group after what you've been through to get here?
I'm so proud. I can't believe it because we've had a bit of a tough one with my girlfriend Saf snapping her ACL before coming here. Our backup Alex jumped in, felt overwhelmed and did an amazing, amazing job. I couldn't be prouder of everyone, including Saf, for supporting us the whole way.
There is no place to hide on that final test. And Alex, you jumped in so last minute and you had to get your head around not just working with this team, but also a whole heap of new movements programmed this weekend. But you did it. How was the experience?
Scary, but it was good. Definitely learned something from these guys and it was awesome. Yeah, thank you.
Saf, I know this entire weekend, these guys have been saying you're a team of 5, not a team of 4. It must be really difficult, having done your ACL in the process of building up and watching from the sidelines, but how proud are you of what they achieved?
I'm so proud. I just wanted them to give it their all and just, yeah, they've done amazing. I couldn't be proud of all of them. Like, they're a brilliant team. And yeah, so happy for them. So happy.
Guys, you're going to the CrossFit Games. First time ever. Amazing, amazing work.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you so much. Thank you.
As I said, that could be our no weekend moment. Lauren kept her feet at the end there, but it is CrossFit Rotherham that qualifies for the CrossFit Games after the injury to Sapphire Goddard, who, by the way, qualified to be here as an individual. So too did Georgia Davenport. Both of them forewent that opportunity because they liked their odds as a team. Working with Moritz Newman and Daniel Ty, who, by the way, also qualified here as an individual. They put their individual aspirations aside to come together as a unit, and then after an injury to Sapphire Goddard, still get the job done. Your Rogue Don't Weaken moment is CrossFit Rotherham's qualification. They make it in with 396 points, but it was 546 for no shortcuts. Andre Houdet's group is with Lauren Smith.
Andre, you pulled this team together. You're brand new as a unit, and you're coming away with a semi-final win and heading to the CrossFit Games. How are you feeling?
I'm so proud of these guys. I honestly can't believe it happened. We've had a crazy 6 months with the Open, quarterfinals and semifinals, and it's honestly just a dream come true. And we're gonna work our ass off for the next, 8 weeks or so leading up to the CrossFit Games, and we can't wait to, represent Europe together with 9 other amazing teams.
So you came into this and you said you wanted to fly under the radar. You're not flying under the radar anymore. How are you at coping with that kind of pressure building up to the biggest event of the year?
I don't think much changes. It's just do the work, get on the floor, do it again.
Proven, Invictus, AB Mayhem, Franco, these are big teams that you're going up against when you hit that stage in Madison. Have you got what it takes?
We're no shortcuts CrossFit. Of course we got what it takes.
Let's go! Great job, guys.
I feel like Andre Houdet just came up with a t-shirt off of that line. No Shortcuts is going to the games, and so too are 22 individuals. We're going to find out who they are tomorrow. It all starts at 9 a.m. Central European Summer Time, and we will know by about 3:30, no later than that, who is headed to the CrossFit Games as the 11 men and 11 women from Europe. The teams, though, are done here in Berlin, Germany. Thanks for joining us for our coverage. For Lauren Smith down on the floor, for Mads Jacobson, the rest of our crew, my name is Joel Godet. We will see you Sunday. The individuals wrapping up competition, not just for this semifinal, but for all semifinals. And then it's officially the road to the NOBULL CrossFit Games.